on June 10th, 2020, and I will call the Provo City Planning Commission to order. We have 6 items on our agenda for the evening. Sorry, 7 items. Those items marked with an asterisk are legislative, and the planning commissioners will be making a recommendation to municipal council on those items. The items that do not have an asterisk are administrative, and the planning commissioners will be making a decision on those items for the evening. As we get started, I'll ask the commissioners to state their name and whether they have a conflict of interest with any items on the agenda this evening. Starting with Ms. Urquiaga.
Laurie Urquiaga, and I do have a conflict on item number 3.
Thank you. Mr. Knudsen.
Robert Knudsen, no conflict.
Thank you. Mr. Howard.
Andrew Howard, no conflicts.
Thank you. Ms. Jensen.
Lisa Jensen, no conflict.
Thank you. And Mr. Anderson.
Dave Anderson, no conflict.
Great, thank you. And I'm Deborah Jensen, and I also have no conflicts. So item 1 this evening is legislative. Kris Krohn requests an ordinance text amendment to the Community Shopping Center SC2 zone to add SLU number 7230 Public Assembly Miscellaneous Purposes to the permitted uses of the zone. This has citywide application, and Mr. Wright will present item 1.
All right, thank you. So this item is a request from the applicant to amend the ordinance for the SC2 zone. He's been looking to add a business for event space in the SC2 zone. It currently isn't permitted, so he wasn't able to obtain a business license, and so now he's going through the process to amend the ordinance there to add this. So the screen there, I believe you can see that shows the permitted use table, some of those uses there, and adding 7230 for public assembly and miscellaneous purposes. What that will do is it will allow for these smaller type event spaces that the applicant's looking to do. The SC2 zone currently allows for larger uses such as dance halls and wedding reception centers, things like that as a conditional use. But that's not quite what they're looking for. They're looking for something a little bit less than that, and just a place for businesses to be able to hold events and utilize that space. And so staff has reviewed that and feels like it would be a good addition to add to the SC2 zone. Here's a map on the next slide. Jump to that, just showing what the SC2 zone is throughout the city. There we go. Are you all able to see that now?
Yes.
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 So those orange areas are the SC2 zone throughout the city. So it's typically located adjacent to an arterial or collector road, and kind of outside residential neighborhood, more on the those corridors there. So this type of use, I think, would be a good use to add. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those, or maybe your questions would be also for the applicant as well.
Great, thank you, Mr. Wright. Any questions, commissioners, for Mr. Wright? Ms. Jensen?
I had a question about the parking. This property has much less parking than other SC2 properties. Is it okay to assume that the overflow parking, like if there was a big reception or something, that it would go to Macy's, or is that not an ethical way of planning?
They could look at that if that was what their needs were. They could look at doing a joint agreement with an adjacent property that might have additional parking that's underutilized. That's something we've done before. But yeah, they know what their space is and what their parking is, so they would have to adjust their business accordingly.
So do we need to worry about taking that into account before we suggest changing the zoning citywide, that these properties would be already acceptable for something like that? Or does that not matter?
I don't think it's something to worry about at this point. I mean, there's several uses within those zones that within any area of that zone throughout the city could be, like I said, there's dance halls and things like that that are conditional use.
Which would have just as much. Okay.
Yeah, this would be less than those. That's why we feel like it makes sense.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that property specific wise, knowing this was his intention, we didn't need to worry about that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Any other questions for Mr. Wright? All right, commissioners, not seeing any questions for staff. So I will invite the applicant, Mr. Krohn, to speak to item 1.
It's actually Josh Herman. I'm the marketing and venue director for Mr. Krohn. Like I said, he was held up with business. So I'll be representing Mr. Krohn.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Herman.
Anything in particular you'd like me to address first?
Was there anything you would like to add to what Mr. Wright presented to us?
Just a clarification. Mr. Wright mentioned that we were requesting a little less business activity. I don't want to quote you imperfectly, but I just overheard that just briefly. Can you just clarify what you meant by that?
Yeah, meaning what I was meaning is it's not going to be a dance hall or something of that nature that requires a conditional use permit. This is a different land use code that you've requested.
Yeah, I believe the 7230 amendment is broadly labeled as a public assembly, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So those activities do fall under what our business plan is. So anything from corporate events to weddings to business meetings. We're an all-around event venue, and so there's quite a few activities that fall under that. And so that's why the amendment was necessary for us to be able to hold such events. But it was just brought to our attention that we weren't zoned correctly for the things that we did want to do. So, yeah, I just want to make sure we're kind of under the right umbrella with the amendment is I think why we applied for it, correct?
Yeah, I mean, 7230 is going to allow for those corporate type business events. If you're looking to do wedding receptions or dance hall, those are listed under different SLU codes within that zone, and those are conditional uses. So if you want those, you would have to apply for conditional use.
Okay. Yeah, I've looked through 7230 as well as our conditional uses, and so yeah, as we plan for our events, I'll make sure that we're operating under what those zoning parameters are. But that was the intention, was to be able to operate the events that we do plan on, and that's why we wanted the amendment. So if I'm looking at, let me look real fast at the amendment list. For instance, indoor theater is actually one of the conditional uses for our property under 7230. Not on the SC2 zoning. Yeah, so everything under 7231 auditorium, exhibition halls, convention halls, civic theaters and halls, includes non-alcoholic comedy clubs, 7235 meeting halls for rent, 7239 other miscellaneous public assembly. So those all cover essentially what we would like to be classified as. And so, yeah, if there's any, yeah, I think that pretty well covers everything that we wanted to be granted to operate here as a convention center. So,
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Herman?
Madam Chair, I was just going to ask him the nature of his business, but I think he answered that question.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Any other questions, commissioners?
oh,
Mr. Herman, was there something you wanted to add to what you had previously said?
just only that future plans for the most part, we're rented as a hall. And so we do have meeting planners and organizers that do hold dance events and things of that nature. I'm assuming that they just need to apply for those types of events themselves, correct?
Yeah, if I can answer that, Chair.
That's right.
So, yeah, you're applying for an ordinance amendment that's going to add 7230, which those uses you listed. If there's uses that's a dance hall, that's under a different SLU code, which is already in the SC2 zone. So for that, you would need to apply for a conditional use permit. That's a separate application, and we could help you understand what that is as well later. So.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying that.
Great. Any other questions for Mr. Herman, commissioners? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Herman. I'll open up item 1 to public comment. Do we have any neighborhood chairs on YouTube or who have written in any questions this evening?
I do not have any comments for item 1 at this time, but let's give it about 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Have you already presented?
Okay, we don't have any written comments and no phone-in callers.
Great, thank you so much. All right, I will close item 1 to public comment then and turn it back over to the commissioners for any further discussion, questions for the applicant or staff, or a motion.
Madam Chair, this seems pretty consistent with that zone. I don't think it's a deviation in any way. I can't see why we wouldn't do this.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Ms. Urquiaga?
I was going to say pretty much the same thing, that it seems like it fits within that group of categories of activities, and it seems like it would fit well in the location.
Thank you. Ms. Jensen?
I don't think this would have any more impact than a dance hall. Do I remember that a dance hall was a conditional use, or is that a permitted use in the zone? I didn't see it in the list on the staff report.
Staff?
That's under the conditional use, correct?
He said conditional?
Yeah, that would require a conditional use.
Okay. So the one thing that I thought was that maybe we could recommend that this be forwarded on to the city council as a conditional use and not a permitted use, just so we don't open a can of worms. As I was reviewing the list of permitted uses, they're much smaller impact type things than a big convention hall or theater might have, depending on how it was used. They seem like protective functions, postal services, daycare centers, less in and out traffic with the assembly portion of it. I don't know. That was an idea that I had that would put it more in line with the other conditional uses instead of the permitted uses. That was all. Otherwise, I don't have a problem with it.
Any comments on Ms. Jensen's suggestion? Commissioners?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Howard?
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we recommend to the Provo City Council a ordinance text amendment to the Community Shopping Center SC2 zone to add SLU number 7230, public assembly, miscellaneous purpose to the permitted uses of the zone for a citywide application.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Do we have a second for Mr. Howard's motion on item 1?
I will second.
Seconded by Mr. Knutson. All those in favor of sending a positive recommendation as so moved by Mr. Howard and seconded by Mr. Knutson on item 1 to Municipal Council. Ms. Urquiaga?
Aye.
Mr. Knutson?
Aye.
Mr. Howard?
Aye.
Ms. Jensen?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
And Ms. Jensen, aye. So that's unanimous. We'll send a positive recommendation on item 1 to Municipal Council. Thank you, Mr. Herman.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Right. Item number 2 is also legislative, so we'll be making a recommendation to Municipal Council on item 2. The Community and Neighborhood Services Department requests an ordinance text amendment to add the open space OS zone to the Provo City Code as Chapter 14.33 and to amend Provo City Code Section 15.20.080-2C relating to supplemental landscape requirements. This also has citywide application, and Mr. Weaver will present item 2.
So the intent of this new zone is to preserve open space within the city. That could be anything from golf courses, parks, wetlands, sensitive areas, federal lands within the city. Currently, our city parks are listed under the public facilities zone, chapter 14.17, as a permitted use. In addition, other permitted uses in that zone consist of irrigation, distribution channels, gas pressure control stations, sewer pump stations, utility right-of-way, etc. So theoretically, if you're going to take a residential neighborhood, potentially, for example, Grandview neighborhood, there's a park next to the elementary school. The city wanted to come in today and put in a new sewage pumping station at that park. That would be a permitted use. So the intent of this creation of this zone is to preserve some of these permitted uses and also rezone some of our city parks and other amenities that we have within Provo City to this zone to preserve them for current and future use. The permitted uses in this zone consist of parks, golf course, greenbelt, trails, recreational fields, conservation grounds, wetlands, other sensitive lands, city-owned community garden, federal lands, and cemeteries. Staff worked with the Parks and Recreation Department on drafting this together to making sure that this is a zone that would help them within their own department as well. To show some examples of each of these permitted uses, Spring Creek Park, East Bay Golf Course, Flinders Park for a greenbelt, Provo River Parkway Trail, Fort Utah Park with its recreational fields, the wetlands just directly south of Lakeview Parkway, Rock Canyon is other sensitive lands, community gardens, this is on 800 North, Y Mountain, part of that is BYU owned, but above it is Forest Service. Provo City Cemetery. So these are just examples of areas that could be eventually rezoned within this new open space zone. There are a couple changes that I did not email out to you. I apologize, but a couple changes to the proposed text. If you look under the 14.33.030, that is the lot standards. It reduced that standard from 7,000 square feet down to 2,500 square feet. That is, if you take 50 times 50 for the frontage and the depth, you get 2,500. This allows for pocket parks to be able to be created if Parks Department ever desires that. That also reflects what the Parks and Recreation Master Plan desires, to be able to have the allowance for pocket parks within Provo City. So if you're going to take a smaller lot downtown, they wanted to put a park, this would allow have the allowances for that. Additionally, 1433 references the actually the other section of the code that's being amended in 1520.080 is talking about allowing that there needs to be 15 trees per acre. However, some of these permitted uses, such as wetlands, golf courses, don't necessarily have 15 trees per acre. So this additional new section of code within that subsection would allow the Development Services Director to modify the number of trees required within the open space zone. Staff has had 0 comments, emails from citizens, neighborhood chairs regarding this. Are there any questions for staff?
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. Any questions for Mr. Weaver? Mr. Howard?
I have one. Thank you. For private golf courses, I'm just, by example, Riverside Country Club has a golf course. Is that something that would fit into this sort of thing?
Yes. So this zone would allow for public and private to be able to utilize this. So Riverside Country Club would be able to use this.
Great. Ms. Jensen?
That would only be if Riverside Country Club wanted to be put in the zone, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I think that's a point, because property values, depending on what their future, anytime we do this, of course, there's a procedure for that, right? So hopefully they would have input and get to vote on it, but the property value would be a concern to them if they ever thought of developing it otherwise.
So I have a whole bunch of questions for you, Javin, about just wondering why this is necessary. Can't we just state the intent, maybe like a general plan thing of preservation of parks, without rezoning all of the public facilities to open space?
So this isn't necessarily rezoning it right now. This is just allowing this zone to occur.
Right, but if it was, that's your intent, right?
Correct, and that is also Parks and Recreation's intent for their parks, to preserve them as well. This also goes along with the general plan for having ordinances to preserve these types of uses.
Okay. The reason I ask is because if this, so far, it looks like it will only apply automatically to these city properties. And if so, who are we afraid will try to develop them? Do you really think that the sewage treatment plant is going to be built under our noses without?
There has been, parks would like this to be eventually adopted, so that way some of their land does not change. There has been some discussion on some properties perhaps. Okay. And so this is to allow a protection of the parks. So
it is kind of a needed safety valve even within the city organization.
And you could add this as safety is protecting the parks are a big part of health within the neighborhood, being able to go and utilize these for physical activity, etc.
So in that sense, it's protecting the citizens from
Correct.
The city deciding to change the use. Okay. Would every recreational area that's government owned automatically be included, or just large green ones like trails, courts, everything, or just?
I think
just
that would be a discussion that would need to happen with Parks and Recreation Department internally before we proceed with any kind of type of rezone.
And then that would come to the Planning Commission again to discuss a map of what it would look like?
Correct.
Okay. And then the last question I had was, if this is approved, does that mean we need to create another zone for facilities like a sewage treatment plant and pumping stations and whatever else is used outside of the Parks Department?
No, because this would be the sewage treatment plant, et cetera, those types of uses would stay remaining in
Those,
17.
okay, they'll stay in PF. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Ms. Urquiaga?
Got to unmute myself. I'm wondering if there is any expectation that in future developments, there would be a portion of the property that would be dedicated to open space. Is that anything tied together with this?
They could do that. They could have part of their area be considered open space. It would be considered potentially, let's just pretend it's a HOA area and that would be part of their private, it would be what they would maintain, but they could have it be open space within that.
But there wouldn't be any necessary demand that developments of a certain size include open space.
No. We already do have that for our LDR, MDR, HDR zones. They are required to have a certain amount of 20% of amenity space. So that's already built into our multifamily zones.
But we're talking about
Okay.
SOS being public spaces, right?
Right.
So it would not apply to any of those
Yeah, this wouldn't apply to those though,
because they're private.
because those are private. Did that answer your question, Laurie?
Yes.
Any other questions for staff, commissioners?
Yeah, this was kind of hinted at, but it seems like there might be some specific example or reason that this is coming about. Do you have any more maybe information you can share just kind of on the origin of the concept?
This was something that staff worked with Parks and Rec and thinking that this would be a positive asset to the city and showing that the city has the desire to keep certain areas to be open space and like our parks and trails for the use of the citizens of Provo, to preserve this so that we can enjoy the amenity of it.
I'll bet there are other communities that have done the same thing.
There are multiple communities that have an open space zone.
Yeah, I'm probably more familiar with municipalities that prefer a maybe more generic approach to how or to what uses are permitted on publicly owned space, just simply with the idea that that flexibility can be helpful in serving the whole community in different ways as you allow for maybe different things to happen in parks and those types of spaces over time, whether they be utility facilities or just whatever the case might be. So that, I guess, just kind of the concept that this suggests that Provo City's not a good steward of open space and that they need additional regulations to sort of keep them on a particular path instead of being able to analyze situations individually as maybe needs arise and changes occur in those types of things. That it just seems odd to me from that perspective. And zoning, of course, can change, literally in just a few days, a few weeks, as opposed to easements and different things like that that do have more likelihood of being perpetual or being harder to change, harder to remove, and some of those types of things. It has not been looked at all. The idea that, for some spaces, they might be so critical to the community that there'd be some type of conservation easement employed or something like that.
Hasn't necessarily exactly been looked at, but primarily where these are going to go is not where we foresee development already happening, primarily on existing spaces currently that are of like these permitted uses.
Could I interject?
Mr. Day.
Yes, I'm unable to raise my hand, so maybe I'll do this.
No problem.
So I don't want anyone to get the impression that Public Works or any other entity of Provo City is trying to take over any of our open space and put any kind of facility on there. I'm unaware of any activity of that nature. Our treatment plant is under design for renovation now. That's been a long process. We're just barely getting plans, but the city council saw that probably 5 or 6 times before they settled on a decision there. So I just wanted to quell any fears that there's anything happening that wouldn't be very well thought out before some sort of space was used for something other than what it's currently being used for right now.
Well, it seems like this proposal would just maybe add an additional step that would come into play before a change could happen. You'd have to just go through the process to change the zoning from the OS zone to something else before properties could be used, but used differently than what that zone would permit.
So just an example of cooperation that's happened in the past. The Cooney property over in South Provo was purchased by our water resources, and then that property was transferred to Parks and now is being developed into a golf course. So that's kind of the opposite thing of what we're talking about here. So there's a lot of things that happen, but they're very clearly, talked about. So, I'm not fearful of any of this open space or anything that it would impose, because it would be, a city decision that decided what to do in the end.
So, Mr. Day, how does it help you?
I like open spaces, but I don't know as if I think it's, and Javin can talk to this, I can, with where it came from, but I just don't want to give the impression that, that we're trying to use up parks for utilities. However, if you go up to Rock Canyon Park, we have regraded that and leveled that out. I think it's an upgrade to the park, but we're using that as a detention facility, but it's all brand new now, and it's flat where it used to have a lot of grade to it, and it's very usable. So that's one place where the Parks and Public Works have cooperated and developed a facility that benefits, I think, both the recreational side and the functional stormwater management side.
Yeah, and if I could maybe just add, looking at the slide that we're seeing now, the public facility zone, irrigation distribution channels, wastewater pumping stations, you could say like well houses, utility rights of way, power facilities, all of those different things have to go someplace in the community. So if those things are needed in the future, being able to potentially site those on land that the city already owns versus needing to go and acquire property for those, when a lot of times there are pretty tight geographical requirements that come into play. I'm struggling to see why the city would want to tie its own hands instead of letting those things be an option. You still have the decision to make as to whether or not that's something that the city wants to do. I just speaking from my experience, I can tell you in other communities, the intention absolutely has been to give the city as much license to use city properties as broadly as you possibly could. And the end goal is to serve the community the best way that you can. So I think I appreciate the fundamental concept here, but I'm having a hard time really feeling like it's beneficial. Again, the zoning can change really quickly, so it's not any kind of guarantee that green space is going to be green space forever. If you really wanted to do that, that would be a different tool, some kind of legally binding document that those things definitely exist, easements and so forth that really legally limit what people can use properties for, things that go way beyond just a community zoning power. At the same time, I don't think this is a huge deal, but it just seems kind of weird to me.
So Dave, in response to that, parks would still be a permitted use within the PF zone. That's not being removed from it. So if there is needing to be a relationship going on with Parks and Rec and Public Works, certain areas that could still, those areas could stay within the PF zone. So that would still have that allowance for that.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Urquiaga.
Thank you. This is probably the same question, but there seems to not be. I'm not sure that you're getting anything in particular by adding to the code. It's just making the code more complicated. So I'm wondering what specific, as Dave said, what specific benefit does this get that you don't already have with the public facilities?
Part of this is showing how Provo City is proactively in how parks and certain amenities of green space are a benefit and asset to the city. Additionally, I want to say there's a when you're pulling taxes that can show Robert.
Well, the tax argument isn't really good. This is Robert. I just want to point out that I think that these are really, really good questions, and that these are really important things that we should probably think about and further, look at. I think that the general intent of creating this open space zone was the fact that there are certain areas in the Southwest neighborhood plan that we're working on and hope to provide to you soon that specifically call out and reference open space. That's not something that our code specifically calls out and references. Absolutely, that those spaces are easily contained in the public facilities zone. But I think that the intention was to provide a little bit of differentiation in what the overall purpose of those areas of our city are for. Public facilities often involve schools, universities, things like that have a different purpose and end goal than what an open space area like a park or something like that would be. Dave, you're absolutely right that zoning can change very, very quickly. And, just because one council or planning commission might recommend that an area be zoned open space or whatever, that doesn't bind in any way a future council, and that could be changed so quickly. And of course, the city would utilize its own properties to the best it can. I think that we were just looking at the intent that Provo has a lot of really beautiful open space areas, and to kind of create a way to codify those that would, hopefully let people know that the purpose of those areas are not the same, like the regional park. The purpose of that isn't the same as Dixon Middle School, even though they would be zoned the same zone. So that was just kind of our thinking, but I think that you've brought up some really good points that we could continue to talk about.
Ms. Jensen?
My question was something that Mr. Day said about the retention basin at Rock Canyon Park. So how would that look on a zoning map? Would that be PF or would that park be OS? Because it meets, like, under land use, does it fall under the public facilities land use because it's serving as a detention basin, or would it all be zoned OS under this new zoning designation?
Lisa, are you asking us or Dave?
Yes, staff,
I guess I'm asking in relation to Dave's question, Javin and Robert, how would that look on a map? Because there's mixed use there. And you just suggested too, like Dixon Middle School. So on a map, would the area that the footprint of the school is, would that be PF, but the green space that is oftentimes a city park, would that be OS,
so
open space?
To answer both those questions, Dixon Middle School would remain a PF. Entire parcel is owned by the Provo School District, not by the city. That would all be part of the school property as PF. Different intent there than Rock Canyon. Rock Canyon could potentially, may stay as a PF zone to utilize both the detention basin and the park cohesively, and that may be the outcome, but further discussion on what specific parks could be potentially rezoned.
Okay, I keep going back to is this redundant, or is this showing that we don't have enough faith in our general plan that calls for open space that would protect the open space as it is? So,
and I just want to clarify and add to David's comment that this by no means is any indication that we have any subversive ideas of what's going on in our city. I think the intention is just to add another tool to our toolbox.
Right.
Not in any way to cast blame or doubt or anything like that.
No, I think if I'm understanding it correctly, I feel like you're sending the message we want to protect, and we also want to show, it's a verbal and visible show that we value these spaces enough that we want to make even if it's just a gesture of protection. Like Dave said, it can be changed with a zone change request if the need arises, but I see the intent. I'm not sold 100% on the necessity.
Yeah.
If you look at various zoning maps that do have open spaces zone, if you potentially, if let's say I was an employer wanting to come to a city, they could see that this city thinks the open space is an important thing. They may potentially want to relocate here because they see that the city thinks these are smart ideas and positive as an asset to the city.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Did you have another question, Lisa? Okay. I just wanted to add that when I read this, I read it as more of a philosophical statement of the community intent and what we value as a community. And that's why you felt it was important that we create this second designated category for what can be called just green space, or you're specifically saying what it is and putting some regulations on it. Exactly. And I think back to, I've forgotten which neighborhood plan it was, but one of the neighborhood plans that's in the downtown area wanted the ability to create pocket parks or linear parks.
And they
didn't have really the tools to do that. And, I thought when you were talking about reducing the minimum size down to 2,500 square feet, I thought, well, that would suit them perfectly. They could have a little pocket park in the middle of their community. So that was my take on it. I didn't go as far as all the other regulations. I thought it was a good idea. in terms of expressing community values and what we hold important.
That was definitely our intent.
Do we have Ms. Jensen again or Mr. Kiaga?
Mr. Kiaga, at least. I actually think having designated open space is a good idea. I just want us to be intentional about what we're doing with the city code and the zoning code, that we know, that we recognize that we're expanding it. And we've talked a little bit about simplification. This is kind of going the opposite direction, so we should be doing that thoughtfully.
And yes, I agree on that. We are in the process of looking at zones that can be removed from the code, so we don't have so many zones. Yes, this is a new zone, but the general purpose of this zone is very different than the PF zone, which is again something we don't have and can be a tool in our toolbox.
Thank you.
I would just add one more thing, that I think that the lot area question is really important. And currently in the PF zone, the minimum lot area for any piece of property is 10,000 square feet. So this open space zone substantially reduces that for the purpose of pocket parks. The flip side is that, that minimum lot area in the PF zone could be changed very quickly as well. But I think that's just important to know.
Any more questions or discussion for staff, commissioners? All right, I will open item 2 up to public comment at this time then. Do we have any comments coming in on YouTube?
We don't have any written comments or phone-in comments at this time. Let's give it 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay, no comments from the public.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, commissioners, I will turn it back over to y'all for further discussion or a motion or any other questions.
Madam Chair, it's Andrew. I
Mr.
kind of think there needs to be a little bit further discussion. Sounds to me like some of this discussion prompted some thought from Robert and company, and that perhaps it can be ironed out. And I think that might give the community a little more time to assess it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Discussion, questions, thoughts?
So are you, Andrew, are you proposing that we continue this and bring it back, or?
Personally, I don't think, I understand the intent. I'm for open spaces, especially, I'm not opposed to open spaces, but I just think that there's enough discussion that we've had here that leads me to conclude it's not quite a refined product, and I can't quite see the benefit of it at this moment. And given that there wasn't a lot of public discussion one way or the other from the city, and it seemed that maybe our planners had some discussion themselves, that maybe it could be tabled until we got some more information. I'm not sure that the benefit is there yet.
What other kind of information would you be looking for, Mr. Howard?
Public awareness, I think, for one. Really, do we need it? I thought the comments that we're adding to the code right now at a time where we've got our hands full seems a bit much, but I understand the intent.
So do you think perhaps we could ask staff to come back with maybe some case study examples of how this is used in other places? When you have a PF and an open space zone or something similar, how that has benefited that community? Is that something you would want to see, or would that be more convincing?
It certainly would for me, sure.
And we would be happy to have like a future conversation about this, even maybe at a work session or something like that. So.
Right. This is the first time we have seen this proposal. Any other thoughts, commissioners? What would
I have
help?
a few, maybe, Madam Chair.
Mr. Anderson?
I don't want to speak for anybody, but I think all of us, as we've discussed the proposal, have recognized that park space, open space, different things like that are critical to the community. So I appreciate staff's intent, I think, in trying to really emphasize, this is my understanding of the genesis of the proposal, just to emphasize the value that those spaces have for the community, and to acknowledge that Provo City is committed to continuously having those spaces be available. The zoning language, it's relatively succinct for the OS zone. I think it's appropriate and it's well written. Maybe from a philosophical standpoint, though, about zoning and my perspective on Provo's zoning code, I don't feel like this really, the effort that I've heard we'd be trying to accomplish with the adoption of this zone, is really best executed with zoning law. And I think there are other ways to express the community's commitment to parks and open space and so forth. And I have not felt historically that Provo's zoning code was anything but probably more complicated than it needs to be already. So I do have reservations about adding another set of regulations. I do think fundamentally the effort would be redundant, given a lot of different factors about the type of space and the lands that we're talking about. So I have reservations, I guess, about recommending that the zone be adopted.
Dave, if I may say something real quick.
Mr. Joe.
Just in, so part of these areas that would be our wetlands, et cetera, the zones for that are currently agriculture, which I believe on the general plan, that's kind of a holding ground before residential. So if some of these areas were rezoned to this zone, it would allow for them to stay that way, not be ever developed residential. The likelihood of a wetland to be residential is not going to happen, but it does allow for that then, as the agriculture zone has that future intent.
So I appreciate that. And, relative to maybe the idea that we'd be talking about sensitive lands and we'd be trying to brand those with a zone and to, place legal stipulations on lands that perhaps the city believes should not be developed in the future. I would view that differently. I think that does play an important role in terms of regulating land use and so forth. But a lot of times when we talk about wetlands, we're not talking about city-owned properties and some of those types of things necessarily. Does Provo already have a sensitive lands zone? I don't even know that.
We have a sensitive lands ordinance.
Ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's a nuance here that we're talking about, and if the nomenclature was to be modified to expressly address the idea that certain properties aren't suitable for development, I think my perspective on it would change quite a bit.
I think that we should continue this and have that discussion.
All right, commissioners. How would you like to proceed?
You know, I appreciate Robert's thought there. I'm very happy to move that we continue this to give staff an opportunity maybe to digest what we've shared tonight and schedule some time for a future discussion.
So are you making a motion, Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Could you
If
read
that's
it?
I'll
okay.
second that.
May I?
Could you read it in as
Sorry.
a motion, please?
I'm happy to restate. So I move that we continue this proposal. I'll just refer to it as item number 2, so that staff can spend some additional time maybe exploring different options and taking into consideration the things that we've discussed tonight before they schedule some time in the future to talk more about it.
I'll
Thank
second
you.
that.
Thank you. So the motion is for item 2 to be continued. Motion by Mr. Anderson. And that's for the Community and Neighborhood Services Department request for an ordinance text amendment to add open space zone to the Provo City Code as Chapter 1433 and to amend Provo City Code Section 15.20.0802C relating to supplemental landscape requirements. Do we have a second for Mr. Anderson's motion?
Yes, I'll second it.
Seconded by Ms. Jensen. All those in favor of continuing item 2, Ms. Urquiaga,
Aye.
Mr. Knudsen,
Aye.
Mr. Howard,
Aye.
Ms. Jensen,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson,
Aye.
and Ms. Jensen, aye. So that's unanimous. We will continue item 2 and ask staff to come back with more additional information following our discussion this evening. All right, item 3. Item 3, just for the record, we have received a considerable amount of letters and emails through Community Development Department. Those were all distributed to the commissioners throughout the week, up to and including late this afternoon. So the commissioners have all received those letters and emails and read them in advance of the hearing. So if you have public comment this evening on item 3, there is no need to reiterate those comments. We have thoroughly read through those, and we thank you for sending them. So item 3 is administrative. Michael Davis requests project plan approval for a 4-story School of Music building, 171,000 square feet, located at approximately 800 East, 1060 North in the Public Facilities PF Zone. This is in the University neighborhood, and Mr. Ardmore will present item 3.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. As this is the 3rd time we're going through this one, I'll just quickly reassociate you with what we're doing. So the parcel's here. Here's the proposed building. I have all these slides in case you want to go to them. But basically, the item was last continued from May 13th to allow the applicant to bring forward more specific parking strategies. As you alluded to, since that time, we have received a lot of emails in support of this project, but the bulk of them having to do more with a UVX line than with this actual project plan. So I just wanted to note that. And then if you note on your staff report, there's an added condition with the recommended approval from staff that a transportation demand management agreement is approved and signed by the applicant and the mayor prior to building permit approvals. So with that, and knowing that we've kind of gone through this before, I'm going to just turn the rest of my time over to the applicant so they can go through their slides.
Great, thank you, Mr. Ardmore. All right, Mr. Davis.
Yes, thank you for hearing us again. I would like to turn some time over to Ray Bernier to share some thoughts he has as well, that we have.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Vernier?
Hello, my name is Ray Bernier. I'm campus architect for Brigham Young University. With me is Ryan Hales. Ryan is the principal of Hales Engineering. Together, we're going to present this information. I've asked Ryan to be here in case he needs to provide support to some of the information that I'm going to share this day. We have a slide presentation that I'm going to walk us through. I'm grateful for this opportunity to be able to respond to some of the concerns and questions that came up in the last time we were with you with the Planning Commission. The concerns that we understood mostly had to do with the issues related to how we would mitigate parking challenges that would be on the east side of campus near the music building, and to concerns related to people coming to events, perhaps going to the east side of 900 East and parking in the neighborhoods and causing challenges over the neighborhoods. So we have 7 proposals that we're going to walk through that I can say that President's Council, President Worthen, have reviewed these fully. These have come from them, and we're here to present them. And so with the backing of the university, we're here to put these in front of you and see how your response will be to these 7 ideas, and then to follow the direction that you want to proceed. So strategy number 1 that we have is to implement an event-related parking management solution for parking adjacent to the music building with specific public access after 6 p.m. Some of these strategies build upon one another, and we have slides that will help support these strategies in terms of graphics of site plans, etc., to help explain them. So I'm going to read through them, but also then as we present the slides that are more graphic based, we'll circle back and talk about how we're planning to apply these strategies. So strategy number 2, to designate portions of the music building north parking lot for ADA per code for the building codes, and as well as pay as you go after 6 p.m., as well as senior use after 6 p.m. when significant performances are scheduled. We heard in the last Planning Commission meeting that there was a concern for seniors and a concern about the distances of walking and how some seniors would be struggling with that kind of an issue. So we seriously looked at this closely, and in the graphic, so Ryan, please go to the graphic. We can certainly talk about the idea of seniors as well, but as well as the idea of some paid parking perhaps that would also occur, and then some general use, but also ADA. So this graphic is showing us the music building. Sorry, do you want to go back? I'd like to stay on that slide for a moment. Okay. So on this slide right here, we're showing a variety of things. I don't have a pointer per se. Maybe the mouse would be helpful to do that. Okay, so so they can see what I'm pointing at. I ought to use the mouse, correct?
Yeah, I mean, let me get that started for you.
We'll pause a moment here while Aaron is helping to set that up. Okay, very good. So the red dot represents the mouse. Okay, very good. So in this chart in the middle of the graphic, we have illustrated the ADA stalls, and per code, we feel that 12 ADA stalls adjacent to the building would be sufficient, but we also have anticipated that if there's more ADA need, we can certainly adjust accordingly on any given night as we would determine that that would be a need. Paid parking, the green area, we're showing the green area being up in here, up in the northern portion, and the idea that there could be a pay-as-you-go. The idea there would be that if somebody wants to be closer to the building, perhaps they would be, not perhaps, but they would be asked to pay for some parking in this area with the intent of perhaps 90 stalls or so that would help with that. The other senior area we show immediately adjacent to the building to the north, and we put approximately 70 stalls in that. We actually reached out to the college and asked the question of, do they track anything related to seniors coming, their performances? And the response was that they have done that in the past. They felt that somewhere in the range around 30% of attendance seemed to be that. And when we looked at the numbers, we felt that that was in a ballpark. These are all approximations, of course. and we can adjust accordingly. Then also the general use idea that there could be some general use parking. So down in this area here, as well as up in this zone, with the intent that there could be those that first come, first serve, they could come and be able to have that kind of parking on an event night.
May I ask a question at this point?
Ms. Urquiaga?
Yes, I'm curious because at 6 p.m., that is not an empty parking lot. Of course, it is subscribed during the day. And I'm really curious as to what happens with the faculty member who is perhaps teaching an afternoon into the evening class and uses that lot as on a regular basis. Do those cars have to be moved?
That's an excellent question. And as we talked about this with the administration of the university, the concept of these parking lots and the very issue you're talking about, if there's a major event and we would know the event is coming, of course, that we could notify those that are parking in the area that on this given night, and it could be notification prior, of course, to the day of the actual event, that on this night at 6 p.m., the lot is going to be closed for use for those that are coming to the event. And so the anticipation would be to your specific example, there could be a faculty member that, let's say, is parked in this area, and we'd anticipate that they would make the commitment to come and be able to move their vehicle and be able to free up this parking area, these parking areas specifically for the use of that event.
Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, I think we have to go back and forth between a mouse and how we move forward. Is that correct, Aaron?
You should still be able to click the next slide, yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll go here and do that. Is that okay?
And I'll just interject, commissioners. I would like to give the applicant the opportunity to run through his entire presentation before we really get into the questions, if you don't mind.
I'm going to go back to the other slide just for a moment, because I think there's other issues that are here that I want to make sure have been talked about related to it. For example, we show in this location a yellow dot, and in that location a yellow dot. And in one of our proposals, proposal number 3, but I'm not going to circle back to this image, but the idea that that could be a parking attendant, that in proposal number 3, which we'll read here in a moment, will actually have the ability to be able to say we're going to put parking attendants that will be here to help coordinate the use of the parking and be able to also put up signage like we illustrate in these images here. Excuse me, I'm a little dry. But the idea that if this parking lot is filling, we would also be able to then move people to adjacent parking lots, as we'll illustrate. Thank you. I got lots of bottles handed to me all at once here. Thank you, gentlemen. So with the idea that there's coordination between this, and you'll see in a future slide here about how we're committed to the idea that multiple parking areas in this zone could be used, in this area could be used to help support these significant events. And so I wanted to make sure you saw that, as well as the idea of signage and the idea how we put signage out, and there'll be more of that to come. Okay, Ryan, if I kind of stay on task here. Okay. So in this one, for example, the idea that we could put some event parking signs out that as people are coming by, they're educated, even though they may not know the campus, which was a concern last time, that we anticipate lots of people may be aware of campus when they come to a performance here, but there could be those also that may not know the campus well enough. And so having some signage up that helps to direct people towards the parking and encourages them to come into campus rather than making a right-hand turn if they're going northbound and heading off into the neighborhood. We would want to make sure that they understood how they could get here. There could be signage in these locations to help if this lot isn't full yet, be able to help them turn into here, but also have attendants in this location. But we look at this, that there could be a lot number 1, and my eyes aren't as good as they used to be. I think that says 255.
Correct.
Thank you, gentlemen. So 255 stalls in this area that could be dedicated to an event, but also the idea that there could be a need for us to spill over into what we're calling lot number 2, and 127 stalls currently in this location. And there is anticipation this lot may enlarge over time, but the idea that 127 stalls could also be coordinated with attendants in this location and have devices where they can communicate with one another to help coordinate that. But then the idea that they could also open up this, and even though the graphic up here seems to be losing it because of what I see in front of me, but it's lot number 3, I can't see the number on mine. 521. So there's significant stalls up here, but the idea of a significant event that people coming here may come and make a left-hand turn on a Heritage Drive, and they get to here and find out because the parking attendants there pointing them to continue down the roadway, so they would come this direction, and others would help them be able to find a stall appropriately. When these fill, the idea that parking lot number 4 could also be available, and maybe somebody coming northbound would make a left turn and come here directly rather than trying to go up into this area. That would all be good and could be coordinated, certainly. But the idea that there would be people that would help, the idea, there was a concern last planning commission meeting of somebody coming here, trying to get around the lot, finding it's full, not being able to go this way, so therefore they go all the way up around the campus to get here. We understand that, and we took that seriously with the idea that on a major event, we would open this up and allow for somebody to come up in the zone as well. And again, lots of parking signage to allow for that. I'm going to jump to the next slide. I get the right button here. There we go. So strategy number 3 then again kind of overlays onto strategy 1 and 2 to allow a direct traffic connection between the music building parking lot and the music and the Museum of Art parking lot via Heritage Drive with significant performance when significant performances are scheduled. We also propose the idea that we provide safe pedestrian crossings for access to and from the Heritage Halls, because we anticipate there'll still be students that want to come onto campus. And if there's a lot of traffic, we would anticipate that we would put in some type of a raised walkway or something of that nature and allow for those students to come through there safely. And I'll show that in the next slide as well. So we'd also then create a parking traffic pedestrian safety officer that would be assigned to that location as well to watch over that crisscrossing of pathways between pedestrians and vehicles. Strategy number 4, to implement parking / traffic / pedestrian control for major events related to the music building. So again, that idea kind of builds upon the other one. So implementing those kind of control programs we felt would be something that the university is willing to commit to. So in this slide, I hope you can all see it well, but the idea again, these multiple lots that could all then be coordinated with attendance in these kinds of locations. These are suggestions. We still have background work to do on all of these proposals, of course, but within the short period of time, we've come up with 7 strategies. So the idea that people could come here, they could turn that corner, we would put in a traffic calming device here, probably a speed table. We'd have attendants in this location to help monitor that, allow for pedestrians to cross as well. But the idea would we would put a speed table here with the same intent. Students coming down from Heritage, walking into campus, that they could also be safe in doing so for other people that come to campus as well. Then we looked at the idea of walking back and how people would come back over to this facility if they did decide to park up here. I will remind us that we also have drop-off zones on both sides of the building. So if someone comes here and they have somebody who's elderly, they could come in even though the parking lot is full and we'd still have attendants here. They could come in, come this direction, drop off somebody who's elderly, and if they're going to then go park up either here or up there, that person who does have the ability to be more ambulatory and walk back, they could come back and be able to walk back to this location as well. I'm going to move on to the next slide. So strategy number 5 is to support restrictions against neighborhood parking through the process of education, web accessible maps, which we've already got some of those on campus related to ADA use of buildings and a variety of things of that nature, but we feel like as if that is something we can certainly build upon. But also the idea of calendars that are accessible on those web-based systems as well. And then also specific event-based parking instructions. So as people buy tickets to events, there'll be instructions that will be provided to them related to what our anticipation is of where they would park and the kinds of things they would do. If they do a pay-as-you-go, certainly they would have a reserved stall and adjacent to the building as well in the area that I illustrated that I think was green in one of the previous slides. If somebody's elderly, we can assign to them an elderly parking spot as well and be able to have that base covered. So a variety of those kinds of ideas, certainly we're willing to take a good look at. Number 6 is, and this is solely to show that we're willing to support the city in any decisions that the city makes related to the UVX. And certainly, as we heard here tonight, there may be a lot of public outcry both directions related to the UVX, and we're not here to stir the pot on that, although we may have done so, and our apologies if we have. But the idea, we wanted to show that BYU is willing to support the location of a north or southbound rapid transit stops along 900 East near the building if Provo City is agreeable to doing that. But again, we're going to leave that in the hands of Provo City. If Provo City decides not to do that, we'll also support that and say that'll be fine with BYU as well. So at this point, I'm going to move on from that issue, but we see that as a Provo City issue, and we're here to support the city whichever direction you decide to go. Number 7, provide shuttle service during the music building construction. So this idea was specifically to the time period when the project is approved by the city, to be able to look at the idea of how would we take care of losing that number of stalls in this area, and how we're going to continue to keep other things operational in the area. So we looked at it and said, provide shuttle service during the music building construction from the LaBelle Edwards Stadium to the Wilkinson Center Student Center, with the idea that would be available for students, faculty, staff, and construction workers. I'll move to the next slide. It starts to illustrate what we're talking about. So in this slide, I'm sorry, I jumped over. There's multiple slides here for different issues. So on the idea of education, let me circle back to that and talk about that. We have heard from the Planning Commission previously, and from those that made comment, even I think neighborhood chairs made comment, that the idea of signage that is placed, and we just show these as illustrative, there could be other locations you wanted as well, but the idea of signage that would be put out here on the nights of events and things of that nature, I would say no event parking. Like we do for the idea of, I guess, beginning of semester, we do something similar to this, and we heard from folks in previous meetings that this was, from their perspective, quite successful. So we're willing to do this as well as part of the educational program. So here's UVX. Again, anywhere along here, we think there's some ideal locations. We don't think there should be one in front of the elementary school. We think that's a real problem, but we think that there's other locations that we could look at. But again, we're going to leave that in the hands of the city. This slide is really to deal with the idea of construction time period. So this is where the music building would be located. There's the law school. Here's the Wilkinson Center. Here's the stadium. So we're very supportive of the idea that there's a shuttle service that would bring people from here all the way up over to the stadium, be able to park here, or vice versa. They come here in the morning, decide to park here. They can jump on the shuttle service, of course, and come all the way down, get dropped off here to go to law school or go elsewhere on campus, and be able to do that as well. And so those are the 7 proposals that we're putting on the table. We're grateful for the time and opportunity to present these to you. And certainly if there's any questions, we're happy to answer those.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vernier. Commissioners, any questions? And if we could use our raise the hand sign, if you have access to that, that would be great. Ms. Jensen.
I don't have a question. I just have a comment. I wanted to tell you that you should be grateful for social distancing because I could hug you. I feel like this is exactly what we've been looking for. Even since when it was in February or March, where we talked about some of the parking concerns that we had, that this is addressing them. It supports the desire that we have to encourage public transportation, but it also supports the reality of who's coming to these performances and enables that to be taken care of in the right way. I feel like you showed us in the last meeting that there was plenty of parking for the day use for the faculty and students. You've now given options for the construction workers for in that time period when all of those spots are lost. And I feel like you've met everything that we've been suggesting. I know some of the neighborhood comments were about why are we building a parking structure? And I feel like that was maybe only like thrown out in desperation of these are ways to think outside the box. I don't know that anyone on the Planning Commission ever felt that a parking structure was what we wanted there. So thank you for all the work you went to, and I'm super excited about these options. So that's more of a comment. So whatever, for whatever that's worth.
Thanks, Ms. Jensen. Commissioners, any other comments?
I have a couple of comments.
Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
When I was here before, I think I missed a meeting in between, but on the original meeting, it seemed like you were going to tear down a building that was located east of 9th East as additional parking? What has ever happened to that?
That was a statement that we made when we went to a neighborhood meeting, and the idea that that there's the Wasatch 2 facility. I was under the misunderstanding that there was negotiations going on to turn that building to BYU, who owns the property. We have since heard, and I think the city has also seen this through emails, etc., that I think one of the neighborhood chairs did some follow-up, and they contacted the school district and learned through them that negotiations had ceased once the bond election wasn't passed. And so I most likely misspoke in making that kind of statement. So my apologies there.
Okay. Another question. I attended BYU many, many, many years ago. And even then there was not sufficient parking on campus. I parked over on the south side of campus and walked up through the botanical gardens to get to my classes. So it seems like it's been a continuing problem, but I guess that's probably common for a large university. Another question, my wife and I, we go to the Harris Fine Arts Center for plays during the year. She has had knee replacement surgery, so she has a hard time walking, so we need to park fairly close. And there is usually adequate parking there. But it seems like maybe once every year or two, there's enough things going on at the same time that we drive around, can't find a parking place, we go home. So there are concerns, I mean, about parking up in that area.
May I
Sure.
try to address that, Chair?
Mr. Vernier, please.
Alrighty. If I were to go back a few slides, and I'll try to do so very rapidly, but I think we tried to address that issue. I'm going back to the one that has all the rectangles on it. So I could certainly see where you come get tickets for you and your wife, and you're one of the first ones to come get a ticket because you really want to see whoever that is that's coming. And you get the spot right here. The north entry is right there coming into the main lobby, and the actual concert hall, let's say it's going to the concert hall versus recital hall. If you're going to the concert hall, I can see where you try to get a ticket right in this location in a sense, where you get that stall assigned to you and be able to walk a short distance to come in. Now, all of this is going to be ADA accessible as well. If your wife happens to be in a wheelchair, and you didn't say that was the case, but if, let's say we have someone, a patron who does come in a wheelchair, all of this is accessible getting into and out of this area. And certainly ADA stalls right here, right by the main door as well. We also have a main entrance on this end, and there's ADA stalls here as well for those that are challenged in terms of trying to get to and from spaces. So we anticipate that with, and again, adjustments could be made as we learn going forward. Now these numbers, we put approximation next to it because we may learn over time. I'll try to speak louder, sorry, if I'm not getting through to everybody. But the idea that these numbers, I think, are a good first start, and we look at them and figure out where we go from here, okay? But the idea that let's say we need more than 75 stalls for seniors because we're bringing in someone that senior group would really equate to, in a sense. It really helps them. Maybe a lot more space up in here becomes senior for that evening. Does that make sense? And I think we could manage that as we.
This is at the Harris Fine Arts Center that we go to. Is it they do the same thing over there, or is that building or is the plays going to be moved over to the music center?
Excellent question. I appreciate that one. So the Harris Fine Arts Center at the present time is going to continue to operate for the next 2 years once this building begins construction. Okay, so the anticipation is that there'll still be things happening up here by the Harris Fine Arts Center. Once the music building is complete, it will take about 40% of the occupancy of what currently goes on within that facility and move all the music to here. So then at this point, the Harris Fine Arts Center, in a sense, is left with all the arts programs, the actual theatrical type events, etc. And at this moment, that's as far as we can commit related to the Harris Fine Arts Center with any approvals. I hope that was helpful.
I also drop off for these nice situations.
Also, Bill asked if I would just mention, for those that can't quite hear Bill back there, I mentioned earlier we have a drop-off zone right here by the main door. We also have a drop-off zone. If you were to zoom in, there's a dark area right there. This is the south door, and there's a ramp that comes directly in, all accessible. So the idea that, again, somebody can be dropped off here and brought directly into the performance facilities as well. So we hope you understand that we've tried to anticipate the idea that there are going to be people that are going to come to some of these events that undoubtedly will need some assistance.
Great. Ms. Urquiaga.
Yes, thank you. I actually want to commend you for opening up the Museum of Art parking from the east. I think that that is a helpful strategy to allow people to get there without having to go all the way around campus. I was one of the people who had a bit of concern about that. And my question may actually have more direction to staff. You'll have a transportation demand management TDM agreement with the city. If it turns out that parking does spill over into the Tree Street or to Wasatch, what is the remedy for that if it turns out that there is more needed than is available?
Just thinking offhand, I think that with the parking enforcement could ramp up on event nights in the area. That could probably be a helpful way to deal with that and ushering people to these new parking strategies. But those are things that staff could address if that arises.
Okay.
Great. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Excuse me.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Anderson.
I haven't found the raise my hand thing yet, so sorry. Yeah, I want to start with a couple of positive things. I really appreciate the idea of reopening that connection that was closed several years ago. And I want to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. The UVX stop on 900 East, I want to talk a little bit more about that as well. I think those discussions are great, and they're great steps in the right direction. These are just my thoughts, but for me, the idea of having a parking management strategy in place that works really doesn't have much to do with making sure that customers of the facilities on campus are accommodated. It has really everything to do with simply making sure that the surrounding neighborhood is protected. So, for example, having parking spaces designated for elderly or disabled or folks like that. Of course, that's not a bad thing, but for me, again, that's not really the issue at hand. And limitations that are placed on parking spaces and disincentives to use parking spaces, like charging for them, I think ultimately will add to the demand for parking someplace else and likely would put pressure on the neighborhood to the east, as that I think becomes pretty attractive, stays attractive like it is now for people to use when whatever the need is, whether it's somebody trying to get to a lab on campus or to an event. And I think also that for me, the questions certainly have to do with, an ability to host, maybe into the thousands of patrons for particular events. But at the same time, events on campus are multidimensional. They're always happening. They're multiple. So I think we'd be missing something if we really just focused on, the evening need to accommodate events in this new building in terms of trying to make sure that, again, the surrounding neighborhood isn't going to get impacted by people visiting campus for whatever that reason might be. That being said, the UVX stop, the idea that there'd be an additional stop on 9th East, I think that likely would help in some ways. I think that would help probably, all the time that that service is in operation, not just during the evening hours when there'd be events here. And I really think that's a need. I think with the amount of parking that's being eliminated with this proposal, and just what I understand about the need for parking on campus and how robustly that's utilized on a daily basis. Again, I think all of these things contribute to what we're trying to avoid, which is having people park in the neighborhood to the east. And I feel like this is maybe best answered by staff. I'm guessing that there's somebody there that has some insight, but relative to being able to place a UVX stop on 9th East, does anybody have any feel for what that would look like? Would there be additional right-of-way needed for that? Would that be, kind of curbside like traditional bus service, or would, that be set up more like what we have on some of the routes in the valley where it's a dedicated lane and some of those kinds of things? And I bring that up specifically with the idea that if a stop is a possibility, maybe somehow a requirement for this facility on 9th East, would there be any right-of-way that would be needed in connection with this construction to be able to accommodate that additional stop? Again, for me, the idea of that connection, kind of restoring what was removed at Heritage Drive, I think there's value in having such a connection be somewhat unattractive for motorists, having it be built so that travel speed and convenience and things like that would be so low that it wouldn't be widely used. But I think that's an important permanent connection to have open all the time, so that, again, it's not just during events that additional parking would be available and be convenient and so forth. I think that also would probably limit some of the trips that end up on 9th East, some of those intersections that, sometimes get a little bit stretched, I think, capacity wise. And I guess for now, maybe I'll just leave it at that. But again, if staff maybe wants to touch on what they would envision a UVX stop on 9th East, what that would look like, how that would work, and maybe also as well, just how that would be funded. If we're talking about options like saving $30,000 of parking space to be able to accommodate a facility that is a long ways away from, on paper, being able to meet a parking demand, what would the contribution be from the university to helping to make, for example, the stop a reality, and some of those types of things? Kind of a shotgun approach with comments and questions, but I'd love to talk more about the UVX stop.
Staff, did you want to respond?
Yeah, first let me address the UVX stop itself, and hopefully David Day is here to address right away things related to that. I think BYU has stated their position of being able to support UVX. The Transportation Mobility Advisory Committee has also stated their desire. As a planning staff, of course, we are always looking for multimodal situations. However, I think that discussion is outside of this scope. I think the forum for that is not with a project plan for a music building. I think those discussions need to happen with the administration and the city council. That being said, David, if you could talk about 9th East in this corridor and how much right of way is needed for a stop.
Yeah, there would be right of way needed, but I think that we've had it laid out before as part of the 9th East design. The neighborhood decided they didn't want that stop there, and so it was eliminated. But we could resurrect all of those designs and find out how much right also, I funding source pay for all of that. So I think those were the questions you asked.
Yeah, Mr. Day, I missed what you said about the funding. Sorry.
So I know of no funding available for that currently.
Well, I guess I have concerns about the idea that we're going to kick that discussion down the road to let it be resolved, at some future date. It seems like the need for that kind of facility is being really enhanced with this proposal. It's not, the rest of us as members of the community, those of us that help fund the UTA in different ways and things like that. In my mind, it's not our responsibility to pay for facilities like that exist because particular users generating the need. I'm not sure why we got so many emails that reference $30,000 of parking space, but I think that made it very clear that, relative to the options that exist to provide parking, yes, there's a cost to providing parking, and there certainly is a need here. So I would hope that the university would be compelled to participate in those kinds of improvements. I'm always disappointed when I hear about, the end result of facilities like this not having enough parking. That falls then on the city, like was mentioned, employ code enforcement officers and parking program managers, and to expend resources that probably don't need to be used if simply individual operators provide, on site what they need. So, I'd certainly hope that steps are taken to make sure that the actual freight for this is carried by the university and not the rest of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any other comments, questions for the applicant? All right, Commissioner, seeing none, I'll make a brief comment that I appreciate that the applicant went through the exercise of actually working through some strategies, 7 strategies to solve their parking issue. I appreciate that they put some thought into that went beyond just building parking spaces somewhere else, that they actually provided, I think what we asked for at the last hearing was some strategies to manage the whole process from construction through completion and events happening. I'm very happy that this has raised the issue of the UVX stop on 9th East, because that should have never been, in my opinion. And I was a new arrival in Provo when these discussions were happening. There was a lot of neighborhood upset about a transit stop being close to an elementary school. I think they were unnecessary comments. I think there's enough of the history of the UVX now running around the perimeter of BYU and interfacing with the neighborhoods that are to the north, east, west, and south, that we know what the impacts of UVX station are now on neighborhoods. And I don't think that those who were afraid of crime and people are going to come steal our televisions and attack our children, I think there's been enough water under the bridge now that you can see those things just don't happen. I would encourage BYU and the city to continue to work together on strategies to solve the problem of overflow parking spilling into the neighborhoods. Now, no one wants to hear that they have to have a parking permit to park in front of their own house or for their friends to come visit. But this university has already 33,000 students, and on top of that, faculty and administration. It is not going to get smaller in size unless COVID never goes away or some other calamity. So over time, there are going to be times when parking is an issue in neighborhoods. It's already happened in the past. And I would just encourage the city and the university to continue to work together and sort through those problems before they become a huge issue for the neighborhood surrounding the campus. Having said that, I think that's enough from the commissioners right now. I know we have a lot of public comments that we've received, and I'd like to go ahead and open it up to public comment if the commissioners are fine with that. All right. I will open up item 3 to public comment at this time. If we have any neighborhood chairs, we would like to hear from them first, please.
I have Dave Atchison,
Thank
neighborhood
you.
chair. Caller 103, go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. And thank you, Commission. My remarks are based on some assumptions, and I'll tell you what those assumptions are. My assumption is that BYU doesn't want spillover parking in the Wasatch neighborhood during evening events. And my assumption is that Wasatch neighborhood residents that live in these lower streets that are used by students often during the day don't want spillover parking in front of their homes during evening events. I have an assumption that the city has an interest in not wanting spillover parking in the neighborhood during these evening events. And I also have an assumption that is that the demographic that attends evening events will not switch from using cars to using UVX. So those are the assumptions under which I'm just making some comments. Rachel, I've got a spreadsheet that we're going to see if the technology will allow to project. And what I'm seeing on YouTube is delayed. So can you tell me if it's being projected? So, and I realize that my assumptions could be wrong. The city may not have an interest in limiting parking during the evening events. BYU might not care about cars coming into the neighborhood during evening events, but that's not what I've been hearing. Let me start by saying that a parking permit program, and this is somewhat ancillary, but a parking permit program now, if it were to be instituted in our neighborhood, would be somewhere between $100 and $300 per household per year. And for many of these households, that is not a viable option. So in making these assumptions, I do want to say, oh, and thank you, Rachel, for bringing that up. So here is my very simple, and this is a Google sheet, so anybody that has got the link can mess around with it. Keep in mind, I was an English major, and so don't have amazing spreadsheet skills, but this is with the assumption that we want cars to park other than in the neighborhood. Here, and this is all formula based. So anybody that has it, Mr. Bernier, your team, right? Members of the commission, you can fill in numbers wherever you want to fill them in. And for me, it comes down to something simple. It may be overly simple, and that is how much seating is there for these evening events that's available? How many people are going to show up not in a car? How many people, what percentage of the attendees are going to show up in a car? And then that gives us the numbers based on those percentages. And then in H3 or H2, you'll see that you can plug in how many individuals per car. I think that the average I'm saying is 2.5. I think the usual is 2. It's a couple showing up. And then you can see in these further columns, right, the number of cars that would be needed that would show up per event. And then I've got in K the number of parking spaces for that evening, which are within a 10-minute walk and then what the parking deficit is. So, for example, in this scenario with 1,750 people showing up, it shows that we've got, this is great for BYU to say, no, there's 943 parking spaces, right? So that can be filled in. But if we, under this scenario, we would have a parking deficit of 95 cars. So 95 cars need to go someplace outside of the 10-minute walk. And so this to me is at the crux of, and a simple way to say, how are we doing on parking? 10-minute walk to the HVAC and the new music building. And where are these cars? Where do we plan on having 95 cars go? Or where do we plan on having 43 cars go? All of these, we all know how spreadsheets work. So, and I may have the numbers wrong on the seating in the music building, the HVAC. And then I do have below in column A, I've got the MOA, additional events in the HVAC, additional events in the Wilkinson Center, that all of these things could converge to have more bodies and more cars showing up. So wedding reception in the Wilkinson Center, along with a special exhibit at the Museum of Art, and other events in the Nelke or in the Madsen Recital Hall. So, but I've really just looked at these numbers for the Music Building Auditorium and the Dion. So I wish that we had seen something like this, because for our neighborhood, this is really what it comes down to. And it just comes down to a number: 95 cars, 104 cars, 32 cars looking on the prowl. We just hope that there's going to be an opportunity for them to find parking that they're going to find more acceptable than they would find in the Wasatch neighborhood. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Atchison. Before we let you go, commissioners, any questions for Mr. Atchison?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Anderson.
I don't want to misunderstand. It sounds like from what you've described that you're more concerned as a neighborhood resident about evening parking issues than anything during the day. Is that fair to say?
That is very fair, because parking issues during the day from 8 until 4 p.m. are signed. So it is signed 2-hour parking in all of those lower streets. So it would be interesting, right, if those signs said no, 2-hour parking only from 8 until 9 p.m., right? That would take away this issue of overspill parking, because you would have people not parking, right, attendees thinking, I'm showing up at 7:30, I'm going to be here till 9:30 or 10. So by the time I walk back and forth, right, I could get a ticket. But that's not the case. And that's not what the neighborhood is looking for, right? They're not, because they don't have the enjoyment of their couple of parking spaces in front of their home during the day. They too are subject to the residents in those homes are subject to that 2-hour parking limit during the business day, during business days, 365 days out of the year. So it is nice for them to be able to use those parking spaces in the evening. They come home from work, it's available, and then they can leave their car there overnight, all night long, and then they leave for work. And so that it does give them the convenience of being able to park on the street after business hours. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised to hear that, but that makes perfect sense.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Atchison? All right, I don't see any other questions at this time. Thank you very much, Mr. Atchison.
Could I actually just make one more comment? I am so sorry. I know I'm over time. 31 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you. The UVX stop, the discussion about that, whomever said it earlier, I agree that that is an ancillary issue to this discussion. And if we try to solve the UVX stop on 9th East with this, roll it into this legislation, right? Or what we're working on here, that is going to really slow things down because the neighborhood is divided. Some are very actively in favor of the UVX stop. Some are very much against it. And so emotions will run high when this issue is addressed. I think it will be addressed in the future. Absolutely. It needs to be addressed. But if we get into the UVX thing, that's going to be opening a Pandora's box on this issue, on the music building and the parking that spills over in the evenings into the Wasatch neighborhood.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have any other neighborhood chairs on the line who would like to speak to item 3 tonight?
I have a written comment from a neighborhood chair.
Thank you.
Okay, this is from Ruth Eldridge Thomas, and she is the Foothills neighborhood chair. She says, the strategies Ray has brought up have answered a lot of questions around parking in our neighborhood. We also have questions about the paid parking idea. Why would parking be a charge? And then it continues on. Hang on. And Ruth continues. Again, she's the Foothill neighborhood chair. In response to a previous commenter, I would like placed on the record that our neighbors specifically asked about how elderly and disabled people would be able to easily access the building. I have specifically represented this problem to Ray Bernier, and this is, I imagine, why he brought it up as part of the parking mitigation scheme. I have concerns that charging for parking will disincentivize people from using campus parking. I do not see our neighbors in favor with that. It seems to me that the lack of parking or the availability of other transit options, such as shuttles, would themselves incentivize many users. I acknowledge that my colleague, the Wasatch chair, might disagree. In terms of neighborhood parking concerns, my neighborhood feedback is more concerned about landlords not providing sufficient parking for tenants rather than BYU spillover parking. The BYU event spillover is mostly relevant inasmuch as it intersects with existing problems of landlords providing tenant parking. A further question is, what would it take to move these strategies from speculative proposals to something that would be approved by the university?
Thank you. Are there any other neighborhood chairs who would like to weigh in at this time?
I don't have any. I do have a caller.
Great. We'll open it up to the general public then.
Caller 094, go ahead.
Oh, hi, I'm Ruth Thomas, the neighborhood chair, and I think most of my comments have been read out, so I'll just kind of let them stand as they've been read out. One other thing I'll add really quickly is I completely agree with David that opening the issue of UVX stop in conjunction with the music building would really be a Pandora's box that I'd rather see not. And I think that probably Ray and the BYU people would probably not want to see opened at this point in the interest of kind of getting the building moving. And I'll also just underscore again, I think these strategies would be very, very helpful to us in terms of nighttime parking, and maybe just put a flag in the kind of daytime parking issues for another time, as they kind of relate to BYU, but a lot of them in the areas that are closest to the building really actually relate to the high density housing in that area. I'm talking specifically about 820 North, east of 900 East, where I expect most of the spillover parking would occur from the music building. So anyway, and I guess one very last thing I promise is to represent that according to the questions that people in my neighborhood have been asking about the parking and accessibility issues of the building. I think this will go a long way to answer some of those questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Okay, we have some written comments. We have Sharon Mehmet of Provo. She says, I am glad to see the traffic demand management piece of the application for this project, especially the opening of traffic from 9th East to the MOA parking when necessary for large events, a possible shuttle to from the stadium, and the idea of a UVX stop near the proposed new music building, possibly on 9th East or on Campus Lane. I wondered if BYU is willing to state their willingness to use some of their land to widen 9th East enough to do this, which might mean the new building would need to move west 10 feet or more, or maybe the stop could be directly east of the ROTC building. I also wondered if the Planning Commission can make the construction of a new UVX stop in this area a condition of the approval of this project, similar to a development agreement on other projects. And she wants to emphasize the development agreement. Due to the large loss of parking spaces for current employees and students. I enjoy BYU as a neighbor, and I feel this could be a nice addition to the area. I appreciate their efforts to mitigate traffic congestion experienced in the area daily and during large events. Thank you. And we have more comments. Hang on a second. Okay, this is from Parker Howell of Provo. Dear Planning Commission, like you, I am concerned with how people will get to the new music building BYU is proposing. However, I am very concerned that a parking garage is considered an adequate solution. A parking garage may keep cars from parking on nearby residential streets, but it is the worst possible solution for those same residential areas, for BYU and for Provo City. Instead, let's double down on the already successful UVX program by adding a station on 900 East. Why a parking garage is bad for neighbors, BYU, and Provo City. BYU has plenty of parking. Not every car can park at the stadium or Marriott Center when there are games or events, but a myriad of other solutions, public transport, bikes, scooters, etc., make it possible for all ticket holders to attend. Neighbors to these much larger events may complain about noise, but on-street parking is restricted. Similarly, it is unnecessary for all patrons of the Wilkinson Student Center, Law School, and Music Building to expect to park next to the building during a large event. Instead, they too can park in the Marriott Center, East Stadium parking lots, or any of the many other lots open to the public, and then use the other means of transport for the last mile. BYU has not stopped growing, and it will continue to grow. Another parking lot will be convenient in the short term, but will be bad for neighboring residential communities, BYU and Provo City in the long run. A UVX station on 900 East is the only sustainable solution. We invested in BRT precisely because we know Provo is growing. As one of the fastest growing cities in the nation, Provo needs to learn from cities like Seattle, the fastest growing major city last decade, which just shut down 20 miles of road so residents will have more space to exercise and bike on. Provo may not be ready to close down streets to cars, but we do need to consider where we are sending traffic. A costly parking structure will encourage car traffic in nearby neighborhoods, polluting our air and making our streets less safe. Okay, and I have some more comments. This next one is from Paul Evans of Provo. Thank you, BYU, for taking the time to listen and then to create defined strategies regarding the parking needs on the east side of campus. These approaches are viable as long as a BYU Central Campus UVX stop is located on the east side of campus. With a UVX stop, the demand for parking on the east side will be reduced 24/7, and these strategies will be viable. A request to the Planning Commission. This is an opportunity to plan for the future of Provo and all of Utah County. In your actions today, include your best voice in recommending that BYU, Provo City Administration, Provo City citizens, and UTA work together to make the BYU Central Campus UVX stop. And then it continues. Paul asks, where can the public see the written comments sent to the Planning Commission? And I have told Paul that those items will be online on the same websites, Provo City website and Utah Public Notice website, that we put the staff reports and the reports of action. And we have, I think, one more. Oh, we might have more written comments. Hang on. We've got Andrew Maxfield of Provo. He says, as a resident of the Tree Streets, Foothills neighborhood, 883 North, 1200 East, I would like to express my enthusiastic support for a UVX stop adjacent to the new music building. This will be a blessing and benefit to families in our neighborhood who wish to make good use of the UVX system, students at BYU, concert goers, and campus visitors, and the community at large. We are making strides towards a vibrant, functional, connected Provo, and I urge you to support this new link in the chain. It will be in my backyard, and I welcome it. Okay, let me see if we have more. We had a bunch that came in while I was reading these, so hang on a second. Okay, we have Mary Wade of Provo, and she says, BYU has laid out many wonderful solutions in this presentation. It warrants getting the music building proposal passed, and this is the time to capitalize on one of the solutions that would provide the maximum value both to the university and to the broader community, which is UVX. While it is true that a large number of people who have ridden UVX are students, I have personally observed many different people utilizing it, including older couples on dates, veterans in wheelchairs, and seniors getting shopping done. The evidence is strong that UVX has served our community well, 15,000 boardings per day, and that it would be a desirable mode of transportation to access the music building even for evening events. Excessive focus on parking is also short-sighted with autonomous vehicles on the horizon. Consider this example. The new Highline development on 500 North and Freedom has parking on their second floor, but they build it in such a way that it can be easily converted to additional housing in anticipation for when autonomous cars decrease the number of people who own cars. Provo needs to be forward-thinking, and a huge part of this is embracing transit. Please be proactive in making this decision and support UVX as one of the solutions for this building. Given all these solutions presented, the music building needs to be passed tonight. We need to get to work on this. Hang on, I've got some more to go through. Okay, we have Jamin Rowan of Provo. He says, is there a reason that the parking in the Taylor building directly east of the new music building is not being included in the parking counts? How many parking spots are in the Taylor building's parking lot? Additionally, might it be possible to allow parking on the west side of Birch Lane during evening hours? Finally, is it possible for BYU to make arrangements with Provo School District to allow patrons to park in Wasatch Elementary parking lots during performance hours? And we have a comment from Aaron Scabland of Provo. Thank you, BYU, for addressing the concerns of the commission. It is time to approve this item. Then Provo City needs to step up and work with BYU and UTA to build the Central Campus Station ASAP. Okay, that's what I have for written comments, but there is a lag, so let's give them about 30 seconds to see if more come in.
All right.
I have a caller on the phone. Caller 871, go ahead.
Hello?
Sorry, I was muted here. Mary Miller here. I live here in Provo. I am the Spring Creek Neighborhood Chair and the Southeast Area Rep. I would like to just add my gratitude for all of these strategies that have now been put in front of us. And to that, I would also add my voice to those who have indicated that getting a UVX central stop on campus could be a very good thing. I know there are always things that need to be worked out, but I do think that this is something the city and the university and UVX all need to work together to have it materialize. And it just seems that now is the time to do that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Okay, I have another written comment. This is Pat Eiler of Provo. As a resident of the Tree Streets, I too am in favor of a UVX stop in conjunction with the music building. It provides a clear benefit for students during the day, event attendees during the evening, and the neighborhood members. Thank you.
I have a caller on the line. Caller 900, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, my name is Tanner Thompson. I'm a BYU graduate, and also I am a transit rider. Not only do I ride the UVX, but I also ride and have ridden transit in other cities around America and in several countries in Europe. I wanted to speak not necessarily to the merits of transit itself, although I'm happy to speak on that if called upon. What I wanted to speak to is the importance of designing the transit experience in a way that is convenient for people. All of my experience with transit has pointed to the importance of convenience. Basically, people will ride transit when it's convenient, and they won't if it's inconvenient. And the reason I bring that up is I think it's important, even though it might be more work, even though it might delay things a little bit, I think it would be very advantageous to tie in the design of the UVX stop on 9th East with the proposal for the music building. In particular, because of a point that Mr. Atchison brought up, which is about what kinds of people will or will not, or really just how many people will or will not switch from driving to taking the bus. And I think that the better the experience of taking the bus is, the more people will change the way that they decide to travel to the music building. In particular, I can think of a couple attributes that might be included if this is designed in an integrated manner. One would be raised crosswalks on 9th East. Not only is this an effective traffic calming method that would make the street safer for pedestrians crossing, but it also makes the crossing experience easier. Also, once people have crossed the street, potentially coming from a northbound stop, paths that are designed for pedestrians and for maybe high volume pedestrian use to the music building and to other areas on campus would enhance the experience of people coming to campus. I want to conclude with just a remark. I know that a lot of people are concerned, especially residents of the Tree Streets and the other neighborhoods to the east, about safety and the potential safety implications of having a bus stop. And I just want to remind everybody in the meeting that traffic crashes, automobile crashes, are the #1 cause of death for children under 18. And personally, that's very motivating to me. It's one of the reasons that I'm an advocate for transit, because the fewer cars that are on the street and the safer that we can make our streets, the safer that we make our children. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Okay, I have another written comment. This is Pollyanna Eiler of Provo. I live in the Tree Streets and I love the idea of being able to drive into the MOA parking during times, but I have 2 issues with the parking plans. Number 1, with the lovely music building taking up half of the law parking lot, which is often full during multiple events, where will those parking spots be provided for day or night parking? Number 2, if the current expected 75 spots for senior parking is expected to host an average of 2 people per vehicle, that is equal to approximately 150 patrons, which is not close to the 30% of an expected 1,400 person event. Okay, and let's give them about 20 seconds if there's any more comments. Okay, I have another written comment. This is Emily Craig of Provo. She says, I'm a neighborhood co-chair in the Wasatch neighborhood. I strongly support an agreement between the BYU and the Provo School District to lease parking spaces at Wasatch. Okay, at this time, I'm not seeing any more phone in or written comments. Let me just give it about 5 more seconds. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing any more public comments.
Great, thank you. All right, then we will close item 3 to public comment at this time. And I will ask the applicant if they'd like to respond to any of those questions or concerns that they heard expressed.
I think there was a number of comments related to the UVX, which we have already stated where the university has approved at the moment related to it, which is we're supportive of the idea if it's something the city would like to do, if the neighborhoods do get on board. And certainly BYU has already shown its support in terms of even sponsoring the system with how they pay for students, faculty, staff, and even family members to be able to use it. But on the other hand, if the city decides not to do something with that, we understand. Like others have said, and now this is me just, as a designer, I anticipate that if a stop is done near that building, it will actually, I think, prove success like it has in other locations as well. That would help with regards to the building in terms of day use, and I even think evening use for some people as well, because many people are moving towards not wanting to use vehicles for everything they do, but using public transportation and things of that nature. So all said, I think BYU supportive, whatever direction, and certainly there's been comments made related to BYU working closely with the city. And I think being a member of the city here in terms of, one of the entities that lives within the city, I think our goal is to have a great working relationship with the city to be able to work through common issues of this nature and be able to find common solutions. And so I'm not here to promise that that's going to happen tomorrow morning, but I think the idea that ongoing with Provo City, our goal is to be able to find solutions like this. Like, we're grateful for the questions that came up in the last Planning Commission meeting related to these, and they put them on our radar, and we've gone back and worked very hard. And someone alluded to the idea that maybe this presentation isn't approved by campus. This is fully approved by campus in terms of the President's Council has weighed in on all these issues. These ideas have come from their participation directly. And so with that, I want to kind of refute the idea that someone suggested that maybe this is just us throwing out ideas. Certainly there's ideas here that we'd like to make sure that the Planning Commission's on board with. And it sounds like many of you are, and our commitment, of course, is that these proposals would be something we'd work closely on. And as Aaron has indicated, that a traffic demand management agreement would be sculpted, and that these ideas would be codified. I'm not sure if that's the right term to use in that kind of agreement, but they'd be solidified in a written agreement that we would want to work closely with the city in writing that agreement to make sure it's written correctly. In terms of the numbers that Dave Atchison threw out, I think Ryan Hales was looking at numbers and things of that nature. Someone did say, what about the Taylor parking just to the east as an example? And we'd have our chair of our parking committee here with us, and he walked over and handed me the numbers just so I had them fresh in my mind. But the Taylor building parking has 319 stalls, and certainly could be helpful in this regard. But we're also respectful of comments that have been made previously related to the idea of crossing the street could be a challenge for some people. We do know that there's I don't know if you see the image up there on the screen. I'm assuming that's available for everybody that's on. That there are I don't know if I have the arrow going, probably not at the moment.
Yes, you do.
I do have the arrow, okay. But there are signalized crossings near the Taylor building on both ends of it, the north end over by the Krohn, and then also at the south end. So here's the north end, and at the south end, there are signals in these locations coming into Campus Lane and coming into Heritage Drive on the campus side. And certainly if people wanted to come and park here, but we're also respectful of the idea that there was in the neighborhood meeting, and I think in one of the planning commissions, people were concerned about too many people parking over here and the kind of challenges that could create. So certainly we didn't put that in our scope of 4 lots, but we're open to discussion, of course. With regards to the numbers of Dave's, it seems like as if our numbers are different than his, and we can certainly go through and reiterate numbers back and forth and try to refute each other. But I think that we're very cognizant of the idea that this is a concern, and we've come up with 7 strategies that we think will be effective in terms of trying to mitigate the issues that have come up in the previous meetings and some of the issues that have been described here tonight. If Chair, if you feel like you want me to go deeper into all these, I can certainly give that a try.
Thank you, Mr. Bernier. I think we're okay right now. I think we would like staff to comment on any questions they heard. And I'm specifically thinking that maybe you would want to comment on any kind of cost sharing proposal on UVX with BYU and the city and UTA, if that's even something that could be part of the TDM. I heard someone mention that. And you may have a list of some other questions on there too.
So I spoke with Wayne Parker today about this exact issue. And first of all, the TMAC, the Transportation Mobility Committee, is talking about this UVX stop right now. They met on it yesterday and they're going to continue to talk about it. The location for that stop is here. And staff has already looked at that to make sure that that can be accommodated without having to move the music building. So we think we're fine with the music building being located where it is. According to Mr. Parker, I believe he discussed with me 3 possible funding sources that are being tracked down. None of those include the city's general fund. So I think we're all moving in the same direction. We all see the value of that. We're moving in the same direction. Do we have it solved today? No, of course we don't. Should this building have to wait for that to come on? Probably not. But the Transportation Mobility Committee is probably the appropriate committee for this discussion to start with. And they've got that ball in their court right now.
Great, thank you. Was there anything else staff wanted to speak to from the public input or from the applicant's statements?
No.
Okay, I'll turn it back over to the planning commissioners then for further discussion, questions to staff or the applicant, and any motions. Commissioners, still with us? Ms. Jensen?
I've just been writing down notes as things have been discussed, and I like the idea of letting people park in the Taylor building with signaled crossings at both ends. However, even without that, opening up the Museum of Art lot from the east enables over 1,000 spots within reasonable walking distance, as shown on those graphics that BYU showed us. The university's proposed strategies address the need for proximal parking without requiring an additional large lot to be constructed, which is exactly what I think we were all working towards. And I also think most of the people at this table are in favor of this being the impetus for a UVX discussion to be reopened. But I don't feel that it's BYU's responsibility to make that happen prior to approval for their project, because I feel like BYU, in the history of this bus rapid transit discussion, has been in favor of that all along. So I don't think it's fair to say it was our fault that it didn't happen, so now you have to fix the problem. So those are my thoughts. I feel like I'm really, really pleased with the strategies. I feel like they've listened. They've used the resources that are already available without making it a huge construction issue of parking. And it's they've taken it upon themselves to manage it better and to be a better, I guess, a steward of their parking so that it makes the project doable. The one question I did have was pickup and drop off zones. They did point out that they're on both ends, but I just wanted to make sure that they were adequate, that, you know, that wasn't just like a pull out for one car. So there's only one person who could get there at a time. So maybe you just want to let us know how many cars at a time could be at the curb and how long can they stay there. That's really my only concern with the project, because we've talked about it so many times. I feel like we've talked about the design and the landscaping and the inside, and now we just need to wrap up these loose ends in my mind.
Great, thank you. Mr. Bernier, did you want to address Ms. Jensen's comment about the drop-off parking?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd be happy to. I've got the architects here with me who helped design this process and looked at it closely. And Mike, Bella, you think that there's space in here for 3 to 4 vehicles in this zone right through here, with the idea that they're not sitting there for 20 or 30 minutes, but they do come in, they drop off, and then they move on. But the idea of 3 to 4 cars would fit here. Up in this area, we've actually made it so there's quite a long drop-off zone, but
the entire length.
It's the whole length. But I would expect that people want to be as close to this entry as possible. The main entry, I'm sorry, I'm pointing the wrong spot, it's right here, so that people would want to be close to this entry right here as possible. But I would think within the proximate, easy walking distance of this, we probably have space for somewhere in the range of 5 or 6 cars immediately close to that.
And is there a sidewalk the entire length on both the north and the south?
Yes, yeah, there's sidewalk all along here. The white color you see there goes all the way over to the city and BYU.
Excellent.
Combined sidewalk. And on the south side, yes, sidewalk went all the way in to the,
Excellent.
To the Wilkinson Center.
I think we haven't talked at all about that lot on the south side of the music building, which in my opinion it's a huge lot. And now you've opened it up by knocking down those buildings around the ROTC building. So there's quite a bit of parking that hasn't been used by visitors before that is very, very close to this music building. And that makes me happy as well.
Can I comment there, Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay, so yes, we agree. We added to, and we've said this in a previous meeting, we added stalls at this end of the ROTC. I think it was like 2 years approximately ago. As she just noted, we just tore down the old house that used to be the grounds offices up on the hillside that's right here. So this project has already begun, and our goal, and I can say this because it's actually something that we're now doing and moving along with. So our goal is to have this parking, approximately 50 new stalls in this location by the end of summer. So we're working diligently to try to get that done so that it's there in time for what we're doing. Yes, we also see this is all visitor stalls up in this zone up in here. And certainly we put that on the table as lot 4, and 404 stalls in this proximate location. But our goal is, and again, we're mindful of the concerns that have been voiced. And so our strategies are striving to try to address those as best we can.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions, comments, discussion?
I thought Commissioner Jensen expressed herself very well. I'm of a mind. I'm of the same mind.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Any other comments, questions? Anyone prepared for making a motion on item 3? Ms. Jensen?
I am so ready to make a motion. And I don't know if the commissioner's not having any comments means they want to talk about it more, or if I can go ahead with this, but I'm going to shoot for it. I would propose that I would move that we approve item number 3, the project plan approval for a 4-story School of Music building located at approximately 800 East, 1060 North in the public facilities zone. I guess that's it. I guess the condition is that the transportation demand management agreement is approved and signed by the applicant and the mayor. prior to the building permit being approved.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Do we have a second for Ms. Jensen's motion?
I'll second. Oh, Rob can do it.
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Knudsen. All those in favor of approving item 3 as Ms. Jensen's motion so stated? Ms. Urquiaga?
I abstain.
Oh, sorry.
Conflict of interest.
Correct, you did. Mr. Knudsen?
Yes.
Mr. Howard?
Aye.
Ms. Jensen?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Nay.
And Ms. Jensen, aye. So that's 1 abstention, 1 nay, and 4 ayes. So the ayes carry the motion and item 3 is approved.
Could we also, I don't know how we do this, but I feel that an important part of this is to put a burr in somebody's boot about getting the UVX discussion going. And I don't know if the Planning Commission can ask for that to happen, or if the city has to initiate that, or the fact that it's already happening.
I think that can be relayed in the report to City Council, or the minutes and comments.
Because this doesn't go to the City Council, so we need to make sure that that discussion doesn't end here.
I think there's enough community input that I'm hearing from neighborhood chairs and the community that there's a real desire for this, and I think the city desires it as well.
A lot of the letters were actually written to the mayor.
Right.
That's true. Copied to us, so
yeah. So I think they're well aware. The mayor and council are well aware of this.
Excellent.
That's why it's been moved on to the TMAC agenda. That's why the TMAC is discussing
right.
Because of that.
Thank you, Bill.
Move forward on this.
Thank you.
All right.
Can we walk around for 5 minutes?
Yes. I think that's an excellent idea. It's 8:26 p.m. Let's take a 15-minute break. So we will adjourn for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, let's rock and roll. All right, I will call the Planning Commission hearing back to order. It is now 8:39 p.m. And our next agenda item is item 4. This is legislative. Item 4, the Community and Neighborhood Services Department requests an ordinance text amendment to section 14.37.050 to add bike parking ratios to residential development that seeks a car parking reduction. This has citywide application, and Austin Taylor will present item 4.
There. Yep. Okay. Thanks, Chair. So this seeks to add a bike parking ratio that was taken out during its passing through the Planning Commission and Council about a year ago. So back in 2019 in September, both you and the City Council passed an amendment to add bike parking ratios to the city code, just like we have minimum car parking ratios. And there are 2 levels of this. There's the minimum level that every project has to meet, and then there's a stretch code that that's a higher ratio that developers can choose to meet if they want to qualify for a car parking reduction. That's something that you decided as the Planning Commission. So as this was going through the Planning Commission and the City Council last year, there was also a code in place that said that car parking reductions were not allowed for residential development. And so as it was going through the council took out those ratios for residential development until that were allowed at some point in the future. And in November 2019, the council passed an ordinance text amendment that allowed for reductions in minimum car parking requirements in residential uses. So we're seeking to add this ratio that was taken out, and originally it was approved by you all, but then the council took it out. So we're trying to put that back in. And you can see on the screen the ratios that are listed here.
Great. Thank you for that history. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Taylor?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Anderson?
Why did the council take it out?
The question for me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Mr. Anderson, they took it out because at that time, car parking reductions for residential properties was not allowed, and so they didn't want it to even be in the code, just in case someone thought they could do it.
So this is with the new council, correct?
This was November 2019. That was the old council.
Okay. But this request to put it back in as the new council.
Yeah, it will go through the current council, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so previously Austin had proposed an ordinance that would have some bike parking standards for those projects, and included in that was the residential standards. But at that time, we didn't have a provision in 1437.050 that talked about allowing a reduction in off-street parking for residential projects. So the council wanted to have the bike parking go forward, but they asked that the residential part of it be taken out at that time and considered later when we were actually considering the residential reduction allowance. So the residential reduction allowance was adopted, and now we're back to, we think that the bike parking is an important part of that as well. So we're seeking to add that back in.
I didn't realize there was a time in recent years when the parking reduction was not allowed.
It was not allowed for residential development specifically.
For residential.
Yeah, and that was until November 2019. That's when it changed.
Okay, so in November is when it became allowed again?
So, oh, sorry guys. So last fall, we put a proposal that would allow multifamily residential projects to seek up a parking reduction based on those TDM measures. Prior to that, it had just been commercial projects, larger scale things that could seek that reduction. But there was a project that went through Planning Commission and the City Council earlier, I think kind of late 2018 through 2019, where parking reduction was something that they were seeking, but there wasn't a mechanism to allow that. And so the council thought it would be important to consider that. That's when we went through all of those ratios and finally ended up that they could be considered, but they would have to have those robust TDM measures that we talked about. And then the council passed that. Planning Commission recommended approval of that, and then council passed that ordinance.
Okay, well, I was wrong about that, and I'll prove my ignorance here again, but with these ratios that are proposed, and given how the rest of the part of the code that this would be included with is written, is this discretionary as it gets employed? Is it a guarantee that, you know, if the developer provides X, then they get Y in terms of the reduction?
It's no guarantee. It's still up to you guys, the Planning Commission, on if you'll approve or reject their proposal to reduce required parking.
I saw the language if and may in there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Ms. Jensen?
I had two questions for Austin. In the ordinance and the staff report, section 2C and then Roman numeral II. My question is, what constitutes robust facilities? What does bike parking look like in this suggestion, more than just a bike rack?
Yeah, so it's described in the city code a little bit later, not included in your staff report. I think it's like, do look it up. It's in 1437. It's bicycle parking standards.
So the parentheses just say lockers and repair facilities, but I'm trying to visualize something more substantial.
In a section below that, it describes specifically how the design of the bicycle parking should be. And you can look that up in, I'm getting it right now, 1437-105. So that has the descriptions and the guidance of how short-term and long-term bike parking should be designed.
Not having that right in front of me, can you give me an example of what that would look like?
Yeah, so it gives diagrams of different shapes of bike racks for the short-term facilities. There's like 4 or 5 to choose from. And then for the long-term facilities, it says that the bike racks have to be covered and they have to be on the first floor of a building or inside of a parking garage in a ramp surface so people don't have to carry them up the stairs. They're flexible enough that it still should be pretty cheap and pretty simple to put it in, but it's specific enough that we make sure it's something that residents would actually use.
So you're looking for something that's more secure than just a basic bike rack.
Let me just read it for you, Lisa.
Okay.
Long-term bicycle parking. Long-term bicycle parking provides bicycle storage for stays longer than 2 hours, all day for a work commuter, or even overnight. Long-term facilities shall protect the entire bicycle against theft and inclement weather, including snow and wind-driven rain. Only the following shall be counted as long-term bicycle parking: bike rooms, dedicated parking areas, or bicycle lockers. All racks shall be placed a minimum of 36 inches away from any other fixed object, including other bike racks, to allow easy loading and unloading. All long-term parking facilities must be on the ground level of the building, accessible with an elevator or inside a ramped garage. Users shall not be expected to carry their bicycle over stairs to use the parking facility.
Nice. So my other question was what the difference was between short-term and long-term requirement, but in the tables that you have, but that would explain that we're talking about two different degrees of bicycle parking and accessibility.
Yeah, the simple way to say it is that short-term, it'll be outside near the front of the building, and it's for guests, for customers. And then long-term should be inside of the building or an attached portion outside of it, and it should be covered. Those are the biggest difference between them.
And would the intended user be an employee if it was a business or a resident if it was a housing?
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions for staff? No other questions? All right. I will open up item 4 to public comment. Do we have any public comment on item number 4?
No, we don't have any public comment yet, but let's give it about 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay, no public comments.
All right, thank you. I'll close item 4 to public comment then and turn it back over to the commissioners. Further discussion or a motion? Commissioners?
Be brave, guys.
Jensen?
Be brave.
Hi, it's me again. I don't feel like this ordinance causes a problem for us. It just gives us another measuring tool to use something that's really already implied or was at one time and now it's been fixed. So I don't have a problem with it. I think it's great.
Thank you.
And I'll make a motion unless someone else feels differently.
Please.
I move that we recommend item number 4 for approval and send it forward to the community council, or the city council. That the Community and Neighborhood Services Department requests that an ordinance text amendment be made to section 14.37.050 to add bike parking ratios to residential development that seeks a car parking reduction.
Great, thank you. Do we have a second to Ms. Jensen's motion on item 4?
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Urquiaga. All those in favor of sending a positive recommendation on item 4 to municipal council? Ms. Urquiaga.
Aye.
Mr. Knudsen.
Aye.
Mr. Howard.
Aye.
Ms. Jensen.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
And Ms. Jensen, aye. So that's unanimous. Item 4 will be sent to municipal council with recommendation for approval. Moving right along, item 5, also legislative. The Community and Neighborhood Services Department requests an ordinance text amendment to section 15.20.110 3D to allow mulch and rock ground cover in landscape buffers. Citywide application, and Mr. Taylor will present item 5.
Okay, thanks again, Chair. So this comes right in line with a lot of the other landscaping or changes that I brought you. We're trying to reduce water use and we're trying to increase the tree canopy. So there's a section in our city code that requires for a 10-foot landscaped buffer between two types of uses. Usually it's a heavy commercial or industrial use and then a residential use, 10-foot landscape buffer. So the current code, and I'm going to click through to the next slide. On the left, this is what the current code requires. It requires a hedge of bushes on one side. It requires shade trees every 30 feet. And then it says that the ground cover has to be either a plant ground cover or turf grass. So that's a lot of water. And what I'm proposing is that we still have that shade tree requirement. So then we reduce urban heat island effect, but we require just a few more trees. 25-foot spacing is what is in place downtown. So we move to that 25 and then keep the hedge, because what the hedge does, it's there to block sight between the two properties. If someone's got a, for example, how this was brought up to me is someone was building a tow yard to store impounded vehicles, and they're looking at this and all the things that they'd have to put in place. Anyways, that bush is what would block all the towed cars from a resident's site, right? So we want to keep that hedge there. But then on the ground, allow people to do grass or mulch or stone so that we reduce water use that's really unnecessary. That's it.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Taylor? Ms. Urquiaga?
Austin, is there a height requirement for the hedge?
It has to be 6 feet in height within 3 years.
Okay. So it's a block on the ground floor, but it doesn't really do anything for second story views.
Yeah, that's probably where the shade trees come in.
Okay, good point.
And also these landscape buffers are most often accompanied by a fence or a wall, and so the hedge softens that.
Yeah, it's not required to have a wall, but most of the time they do it anyways. I think it is required for tow yards, specifically though.
Seems reasonable to me.
Ms. Jensen, did you have a question?
I just had a few things for Austin. In 3D, so on page 4 of the staff report, you list the things that are allowed, and I'm wondering if there's anything in there that requires them to maintain it. So if we allow them to do mulch or rocks, which is great as far as water goes, is that going to make it even less likely that they're going to care about it and it'll become a weed patch instead of the nice improvement to the property that we're hoping it will be?
Yeah, in the other areas of section 15.20, that chapter that deals with landscaping, maintenance is a requirement.
Okay.
That's just unilateral over all the zones, that whatever landscaping is required, it has to be maintained.
And you don't think that allowing mulch or stone will have a counterproductive heat island effect that you're trying to reduce in other ways?
No, because the shade trees should still cover it, especially at the 25-foot spacing.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for staff?
Madam Chair, I've got just a couple, I think.
Mr. Anderson?
Again, it's probably in the staff report someplace, but where are these buffers required? Is it between different uses? Is it around particular types of uses, or?
Yeah, it's between two different types of uses. And I'm not sure specifically, Robert might know.
Yeah, so Dave, this is talking about wherever a transitional setback is required. So zones that often allow like residential to maybe like an M1 zone, or commercial to more heavily industrial areas, things like that. Wherever there's a sharp gradient between what's allowed, then these landscape buffers come into effect just to soften that and to separate them a little bit better through landscaping rather than just a wall or a fence.
Yeah, and the example that brought this to my attention was between a tow yard and then a single family house, that it was required to have a buffered landscape buffer.
I'm really, really curious about the hedge and how successful that's been. I love the idea, but man, you know, it's Utah. I find that it's hard to get things to grow here. Getting a 6-foot tall hedge in 3 years and you know, 3 years down the road, compelling somebody to continue to work to get a hedge to, you know, almost thrive, I think is what would have to happen. I'd love to hear an example or two of a success story of where that's worked.
I'm trying to think of one.
I'll just throw out that I planted Miscanthus sinensis along a boundary of my property. And those guys, it's a type of grass. It gets to 6 feet tall fast.
Really? Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's big and lush. So that, yeah, you can do it. You have to irrigate it, of course, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen any specific cases. I'm sure they're out there though.
I think it's a great question, and I will take it upon myself to find one. I'm gonna find one.
Well, it doesn't, Dave, it doesn't say that it has to be like no gaps in between it. So maybe the height is less a problem than filling it in as though it were a fence. You know, it doesn't say it needs to be holeless.
Is it fair to say that's the intent though? That it would be?
Well, I think the intention is, you know, like a continuous evergreen or deciduous shrub hedge shall be planted along the entire length of the landscape buffer. So like arborvitae, that's one that I can think of that would grow quickly and establish that. But I'm gonna find one.
Well, most of the time I've seen walls or chain link fences between these uses, and you know, you can get some sort of vines to even crawl into that as well.
Yeah, the vines, I could see that. Yeah, I've seen a lot of examples of that working well. And I guess for me, this doesn't have anything to do with landscaping, but I have been surprised when we've talked about, and Robert, I like the way you described it, where we've looked at sites that are adjacent to uses that are very, very different. Mm-hmm. And I haven't felt like we necessarily required enough on that property line to really delineate the line, but also to really make sure that there's a hard edge between the two uses.
Right.
So the hedge in my mind would really help with that a lot. But if the hedge isn't working, then I don't like, for example, us allowing maybe somebody to just simply put a chain link fence up and to call that good. Which again, now I'm away from the landscaping concept, but for me, this is really, really important in terms of providing some amount of protection to neighbors when, you know, land uses do evolve and change and that type of a thing. And, you know, people have some expectation of being somewhat, you know, insulated from those changes with, you know, the right kind of physical improvements when a neighbor does something different. So I throw that out there again. It sounds like that's a little bit out of the realm of what we're talking about. Shade trees is kind of my last question. Do we define what a shade tree is? You know, something that has, you know, a particular kind of canopy that really is going to do what we're hoping for here and get some shade, you know, some ground coverage.
Yeah, so Robert's going to look up if it's defined in this code, but the Powers Forestry Division, Provo Powers Forestry Division has a list of shade trees that grow well in Provo. They have like 30 or 40 different ones that people can choose from. They list how tall they get, how wide they get, and that's pretty widely circulated online. People follow that.
Yeah, and I do like the 25-foot spacing more than 30. I think in other climates, 30 probably works great, but things in Utah just don't seem to grow quite as fast. And, you know, they don't get as big, it seems, as some things do other places. So I think that's it for me. I appreciate that.
Any other questions or comments for staff? All right, I don't see any.
I'll just jump in, Deborah, if
Yeah.
that's okay. So shade tree is defined in chapter 1520.040, where it talks about means a large tree planted to provide canopy over cover shade. So canopy cover shade. So I don't think that there's a specific list that's been defined other than what Austin was mentioning, that there's a list that's kept by Provo Power, mostly related to shade trees, but those get implemented in these other areas. So we could look at further defining that.
Well, I bring that up because I've spent a lot of time arguing with people about ornamental trees and columnar trees and different things like that, and what is appropriate to accomplish, I think, what we're working to accomplish here. So life's been easier when I could just give them a list and, you know, check their landscape plan to see if things are on that list and that type of thing. So
yeah, good point.
Yeah, I agree. It'd be a great idea. Whoops.
And
be a great idea to have a plant list.
Yeah. Beyond that definition, you could even say it could be a tree from the Provo Powers list.
I think it would also be helpful. You know, Provo Power has their list. Those trees are also specifically chosen for their ability not to get too tall to go into the power lines. And so these are different circumstances. And so I think that we could look at that. And I mean, I would love to see a 60-foot tall tree in a landscape buffer or out in a parking lot. I think it'd be fantastic.
Well, in my experience, particularly working with non-residential folks, if you don't really specify it for lots of different reasons, they're really going to push for things that are diminutive, and you know,
right,
that seems to be an ongoing fight.
You might be able to get a good tree list suitable for Utah from Utah ASLA.
That's a good idea.
They'd probably be happy to provide that.
Utah State has some great resources too.
Yeah.
They've been really helpful for me.
I don't know if you're implying also having a shrub list, but if we're asking them to build a shrub hedge and have trees, I think if we have a list of fast growing, drought resistant varieties for both of them, that could be advantageous for the overall effect.
Yeah. I second that.
I third it. All right. Are we ready to see if there's any public comment?
Yes.
All right. I will open up item 5 to public comment at this time.
Okay, we don't have any public comments right now, but let's give it about 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't have any public comment, but there was a mention on YouTube that buckthorn is drought tolerant and is 8 feet within 4 years.
Wow.
So just to put that out there.
Thank you.
Sounds
Okay.
ominous.
But no public comment.
All right. Thanks so much. We'll close item 5 to public comment then, and I'll turn it back to our esteemed commissioners for further discussion or motion.
I don't have any objection over this. I think it just gives a little more flexibility to what we're doing. I don't see how it would hurt.
Any other comments?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Ms. Urquiaga.
I move that we recommend that the City Council approve item number 5. The Community and Neighborhood Services Department requests an ordinance text amendment to section 15.20.1103D to allow mulch and rock ground cover and landscape buffers with citywide application.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Urquiaga. Do we have a second to Ms. Urquiaga's motion on item 5?
Me, Dave.
Seconded by Mr. Anderson. All those in favor of forwarding a positive recommendation to Municipal Council on item 5? Ms. Urquiaga?
Aye.
Mr. Knudsen?
Aye.
Mr. Howard?
Aye.
Ms. Jensen?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
And Ms. Jensen, aye. So that's unanimous. We will forward a positive recommendation for item 5 to Municipal Council.
Do we need to add that we would like a list on there, or is that something you guys are already taking into account?
I have that on my notes, and I'm gonna see how I can work that in.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, we have 2 remaining items that are related. I will read them both in together. They are both legislative. So item 6, Provo City Council Office requests an ordinance amendment to establish the critical hillside CH overlay zone to provide development standards to help protect the sensitive hillside areas of Provo City's East Bench. This has citywide impact. And related to item 6 is item 7, also legislative. Provo City Council Office requests a zone map amendment to include multiple East Bench properties in the critical hillside CH overlay zone, again with citywide application. And do we have Mr. Larson presenting?
Yep. Mr. Larson is here.
There you are, items 6 and 7.
Can you see my screen? The slide that
Yes.
says item 6. Very good. Okay. So we've heard this a couple of times, and so I'll just briefly remind you that the critical hillside overlay zone is an ordinance that's proposed to protect the aesthetics and ecology of the Provo's foothills, establish prudent development standards for the areas in the zone. And again, by way of reminder, I think we've done a really good job with a number of citizens on this, but in case anybody's tuned in, this proposal does not preclude development. It doesn't take away anybody's homes. It's not that this proposal would not apply to any lots created prior to the establishment or the effective date of the ordinance establishing this zone, nor would it apply to any developed parcels, which are dwelling sites essentially. We're also proposing that these proposed requirements would not apply to parcels or lots that are actively and solely used for the operation of a public or private cemetery, and they wouldn't apply for public parks. Those 2 items are new. So again, critical hillside overlay zone. It's a new
zone proposed for the East Bench, an overlay zone. It just adds an additional layer of requirements over the top of the existing zone. So no one's underlying zones going to be changed by this. It's just we're proposing some additional requirements to protect the foothills. So going back to our last meeting, when this was this item was continued, the Planning Commission asked us to look at a few key things. Cemeteries, whether to exclude them. You asked us to look at. You asked us to look at the limits of disturbance and also reclamation. So we went in and proposed, as I noted just a moment ago, an exclusion for cemeteries, and also felt that it was probably wise to do the same for public parks, that they'd be excluded from the CH zone requirements. Getting to limits of disturbance and reclamation. Limits of disturbance, as we dove into, it seemed like limits of disturbance and reclamation had some commonalities, and so as we dove into that issue, we discussed it as staff. We met with landowners, one particular landowner who gave some interesting insights, got some feedback from another landowner. And just as we discussed this and thought through this, we felt like the limits of disturbance is a really important part of this ordinance. And further, there's been a lot of tweaks to this ordinance, and as we continue to make tweaks to it, it kind of gets this sense, or there's this sense that this thing's kind of losing some strength. And the limits of disturbance, again, is one of those important things that helps not only with the aesthetics but also the ecology of the foothills, because it helps to preserve natural vegetation. And so we feel staff I guess is coming back to you and recommending that we don't do anything to the limits of disturbance. We know that there was a discussion or some discussion about, well, let's put a minimum, let's have some type of guaranteed minimum that somebody could develop. But considering the fact that we've eliminated all of the dwelling sites, existing dwelling sites from the zone, we've got a situation moving forward, if this is adopted, that developers are going to come in knowing full well that there's limits of disturbance, and so they'll be able to order their lot size accordingly. And so again, we do not recommend that the limits of disturbance be adjusted. We feel that, again, this is an important thing to leave alone. Reclamation, we dove into that issue. We became aware that this is a complicated issue that probably deserves a little more looking into. We talked to a developer and kind of discussed, what if we give you a density bonus? Does that help out? And we threw that question at him, and we thought about another developer who kind of who gave us some information to help us get insight from not just one but two. I guess one of the ideas there is, like, up on the hillsides, so you give somebody a density bonus, but now you've just given them a bunch of small lots, and up in the foothills there's a value in having large lots. And so giving a simple density bonus didn't seem like it was as compelling or as helpful and encouraging as we thought it would be. And so one of the thoughts that came out, or ideas to kind of more incentivize reclamation, would be a transfer of development rights, being able to take some of those development rights and transfer them elsewhere in the city. But doing something like that can be pretty complicated. And so we think that, and then I guess kind of going back to, we met with the Foothill Committee earlier this week, and we talked with some of the council members of the city council, and it sounds like they had some discussions with developers as well. And so, long story short, it sounds like there is a strong desire by the city to address this reclamation issue, but it sounds like it's going to take some work that's not just going to happen overnight. And so our recommendation to you is to let the reclamation rest with, at least for this proposal, and with the understanding that there appears to be a pretty strong desire, at least by one member of the city council, for this to be addressed sooner than later. And so I feel pretty confident that they'll be revisiting reclamation in the near future. And I don't want to, I could keep going on, but there's a few more things that were addressed since we've talked, since we last met. There was a concern about walls and terracing. We have if you remember the proposal, it's a proposal for no more than 3 walls and a height limit of 8 feet. And we thought about certain properties in the foothills and tried to apply that to their situation. And we feel there could be situations where if there's not some flexibility put in to those particular requirements, that it may render some properties inaccessible, and that would be an example where this ordinance would devalue property. So we're proposing that the Planning Commission be given the ability or let me say it another way, that a property owner would be given the ability to come to the Planning Commission and ask for an exception on those requirements, or that the Planning Commission could grant an increase in the number of walls or the height of walls for terraced walls again. We added new definitions for developed parcel and cluster development. As we spoke, there was some confusion. As we spoke to certain people, there was a little bit of confusion on developed parcel. We wanted to clarify that. If you look in the new updated proposal, it's developed parcel. We pretty much summed it up as a dwelling site. It can also include some people have a parcel and then some adjacent parcels that kind of act as part of the dwelling site. So we wanted to make sure that the way we wrote it included adjacent parcels that are kind of tacked onto their dwelling site. Wanted to also clarify cluster development. Some question came up about, well, if you give somebody a density bonus, does cluster development essentially say you can go beyond the density of the underlying zone? And I think the definition of cluster development says yes. You can basically get an incentive to cluster, and then it lets you go above the density of the underlying zone. Another question that came up was related to human-made slopes. Human-made slopes, there's a couple spots in the ordinance where we refer to requirements related to human-made slopes. The concern that was expressed there was, okay, so there's nothing in there to qualify the timing of when human-made slopes, when they were made. So you're telling me that any human-made slope so if I own property, any human-made slope, no matter how old it is, I have to address it. And so we went in there and we amended the language to basically say that a developer would have to address human-made slopes that were basically being impacted by their development activities. So a developer brought up the point. It's like, hey, I've got I've had human-made slopes on my property, and they're decades and decades old, and so they're telling me that I have to address those. And so we updated. We proposed that human-made slope or requirements related to human-made slopes be again limited to the development activities of a developer. So that's kind of in a nutshell, kind of a brief summary of what we've done with the ordinance. I don't think I need to go back through and tell you the elements included in the ordinance. If there's any specific, if there's any language you want to address or any questions, I'm certainly here to try to answer those for you. So,
any questions for Mr. Larson?
Do we want to discuss the number 7 in addition to this one together?
I can certainly address that now if you'd like.
I think since we're having a discussion, I think they all dovetail together. I think we're pretty aware of what the issue is. So that would be my recommendation.
I would concur with that. Why don't we go ahead and go over the zoning map amendment as well?
Excellent. Okay. So we went in and took a look at the map. This first slide again just notes that just to kind of set us up here, that we started out with a pretty broad swath of land along the foothills. We went in and took all the dwelling sites out, existing dwelling sites, and so we've got this. We've got a pretty significant portion of land on the north and the south, and a little bit in the middle, and then we've got these islands. So we added some exceptions, as you can see in A and B. The map reflects those exceptions, but the map doesn't reflect the exceptions for C and D. Particularly for C, we don't want to, Commissioner Jensen, Lisa Jensen noted last month that maybe a good idea to approach the cemetery issue is to just leave those cemetery parcels in, so that in the event that they, we want to get, I think there was a desire to kind of window out cemeteries or give them an exception, but to leave the parcels in, so that if any of those cemetery parcels aren't developed in the future, or if there's a desire to develop them for say residential purposes, that they would be still subject to the CH zone. Public parks, we didn't window those out either. They're just still covered by the zone. Don't think I need to go back and tell you. I mean, again, that we had the 4875 as the key western elevation, boundary for this development, and then of course kind of a division between public and private land. So that's where we at. We started with those two key boundaries, took out the subdivision lots, and we're where we're at today. One of the most important thing, I think, why we're here to talk about the map is those ridge lines. The ridge lines are they were prepared by staff. The way we were going to handle ridge lines was take the ridge lines and put them on a map and insert them in the text. And so we prepared the ridge lines, and then we have some concerns about how the ridge lines may impact property in the future. And so we didn't prepare a map. We want some guidance from you moving forward. Again, considering, I think some of you have seen the ridgeline maps by now, or you've seen the ridgeline maps, and you can see that they really do cover quite a bit of the pieces of the zone. And so when you start considering that you take that line and it's 200 feet wide, it can really color up one of those segments of the zone pretty drastically, to the point where it may render property, may make it so it's not too developable. And so we thought about that. Director Bill Pepperoni noted to you that the ridge lines could have a heavy impact on CH zone properties. And then we considered the fact that the city already has 30% slope requirements. And we felt, as we talked with Public Works, that maybe we've already covered ourselves. Maybe we've already got, we have requirements in place that are essentially going to do the same job as the ridge lines, namely those 30% slope requirements in Title 15. So, this isn't, there's our kind of broad view of the whole zone, and it's not giving us much of a look there, I don't think. So I'll try to zoom in. This is on the north end, near the mouth of the can. You take this parcel right here and you start putting a 200-foot, you can think of this as a 200-foot strip, and you pretty much rendered this parcel almost undevelopable. And you come down and you start looking at all these other parcels. 200 feet wide on these 3 strips is going to make that pretty tough to develop on. And you just keep going down. One of the things that we noted, there are some lines that go kind of north to south, and those may be benches. And as we've discussed in the past, we don't want to exclude development on the benches. So just wanted to make that point. And then oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, doesn't that 30% figure come from engineering and existing? You said existing, but that 30% slope comes from existing engineering requirements?
Correct, yeah, Title 15, yep. And so just finally here on the south end, you can see that there are a few spots here where ridge lines weren't as big of an issue, especially on the very south end. So that's the ridge lines. And while we're here, I just wanted to kind of give you a kind of an updated bird's eye view of the zone. You can see these the city council or members of the city council on the Foothill Committee recently raised a concern, as Mr. Pepperoni noted in his email to you. They're concerned about, some members are concerned about the island, some members are not. They're concerned about these smaller pieces, and the fact that, as I'll go here, as you can see, these smaller islands, they were concerned that, you know, that they're all surrounded by development, and they were concerned about the fairness of making them be subject to the CH zone requirements when everybody around them was not. And then some members feel like, you know, we keep whittling away at this map, and it just keeps making this thing weaker and weaker. So there seem to be council members for and against the idea of eliminating some of these smaller parcels, some of these smaller islands. And I will note that I did eliminate a number of smaller parcels. I was given a directive by the Foothill Committee to eliminate anything that was in the range of you know, a half acre or less. So I went back through, cleaned up the map. There was some fragments and lines and things, got rid of those, took out the very small islands. Just for context, the smallest thing we got left in the whole zone is, I think, that one right there. I think that's over a water tower. I think it's 3/4 of an acre. This right here, oh, did you have a comment? Okay, sorry. This one right here is about 13 acres of land, just for context. And then this other, just under Y Mountain, there's a couple more spots where you have some smaller parcels. I think that there's a little 1 acre piece there, and a couple of, there might be 10 acres of CH zone there. But this is a close-up look at those islands, kind of in the Sherwood Hills and Foothill Drive area, and then a close-up of just under Y Mountain, some of those smaller. This is the Provo Temple sits right here, and I think that, I can't remember, is it the Y Terrace apartments that are right here? That this is just a little hillside that ended up in the CH zone. There's no development on it. But that's where we're at. So ridge lines appear to be a big issue. Islands are an issue, and so I guess we're here. I guess those I think I'm setting you up for some discussion items. So.
How do you propose to solve the ridgeline issue? I mean, I think there was a discussion in omitting it, just letting the 30% standard apply. Am I correct in that understanding?
Yeah, that's one idea, is to just consider that we already have requirements in Title 15, and we may already be covered. We may be kind of going down the path of doing a belt and suspender approach as it is now, and so maybe we don't need ridge lines. The other idea is maybe we narrow some of them out. Honestly, when I started this, I didn't anticipate and started thinking about ridge lines in the future, I didn't anticipate that the number we ended up with. I thought we'd have a smaller number of parcels that we were particularly interested in doing.
We've learned a lot through this exercise.
Yeah.
To me, that seems like an already established code.
Right.
So it makes it fair, I think.
I guess maybe before we get too far in this, maybe we should let David Day. He actually was the one who prepared the ridge lines. Maybe we ought to give him just a moment to say anything about ridge lines that he feels is necessary or pertinent.
Mr. Day with us? There he is.
Yeah. If I could share my screen, and kind of show you.
You're on a ridgeline.
A live. I am. Those are some nice ones. This is like just a Google Earth map that we've overlaid all of these zones and such on. And so if you're wondering what this is, so if I zoom in, say up to the north end and kind of lay this down so that you can get a better perspective of the elevations that we're looking at here. And then we focus in on that. You can see the idea that Brandon was talking about. If I measure between these ridges, so that's 100 feet that way. You can see that, and then 100 feet that way. So as you get further up, up that line, these converge so that you'd have two 200-foot strips, pretty much taking up this whole area. So now I'm going to turn on our 30% slope layer so you can kind of see how we're kind of doubling up ordinances, I guess, or restrictions. So that pink layer is the 30% slope. Let me turn off the zone, but you can kind of see how that pink paints that hillside. Pretty much just makes it so this area up here is really the only developable area. There are some ridge lines there, but our 30% would prohibit building on these steeper slopes. And then we would also say with this new language that you can't build because of a ridge line. So it's like a double whammy, I guess. You get two strikes on you on this. But I think our thought was, well, is one good enough? And then I guess that's a question for you. And let me turn that layer back on. So I don't know. Do you have any questions about that?
Well, my thoughts, when I think of a ridge line, I'm thinking like the top of Temp where the apex is crystal clear. I grant you these are ridge lines, but they're, that's a lot of work to do all that. It seems to me like the 30% slope is already established. I don't know what the other commissioners think. They probably have something to add to that.
What was the original intention behind prohibiting development on a ridgeline?
My assumption was to avoid the suncrest situation where you can see roof lines above the ridge line interrupting the skyline. Yeah, do you see what I mean when you're driving past the point of the mountain? That's what I thought we were trying to get past when we were talking about ridgeline development. So I was surprised to see so many ridge lines running in an east and west direction. If you did what David Day was suggesting and you put a 200-foot setback on all those, you would then have these fingers between them where you could develop outside of those ridge lines, but you'd still be going up and down the hill. So what are we really accomplishing? Yeah, could be more in a drainage channel, which you wouldn't want to be in.
I think our definition of ridge lines for what we're talking about is too inclusive. I think what Bill described, I think, is really what people want to avoid. And with that in mind, I think we could look maybe a little bit more closely and maybe define them as prominent ridge lines or something like that. I don't think the east-west ridge lines, that are more the result of probably just erosion over the years and things like that than like what you might have in a bench kind of a situation or that type of a thing where ridgeline development is a lot more prominent and would be, I think, a bigger issue for the community.
I think that made sense, Dave.
I have several comments, one of which is about ridge lines.
Miss Jensen.
Had my hand up for like a half an hour, but nobody's seen it.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm just teasing
I was
you.
Mesmerized by the map.
So about ridge lines, what if we just have the rules apply to the highest ridge line on the property? Like leave this map as a reference point, but if our intent is really the 30% slope helps with the safety of the development and the economic, or not economic, but environmental risk, I guess. But the ridge lines help with the aesthetics of it, which was part of the original intent, was to make it so that we didn't have a giant eyesore development being the thing that you saw prominently on the hillside. So I feel like we don't want to, my thought initially was that the 30% slope would also be at the ridgeline, and so it would take care of that. But this map shows that it's not, that it's kind of around the perimeter. And so it's not really going to accomplish the same purpose if we forsake one for the other. So I worry about giving up on the idea of having some restrictions for ridge lines, but maybe we can soften the blow a little bit by how we handle it, or how we label them, or the setbacks or something.
Which was Dave Anderson's same point, right? You guys are saying the same thing.
Yeah, I think so. But more specifically, I was just saying,
yeah,
let's, like he said, the most prominent one. Yeah. But within a development, it might not be the most prominent one in the city, but it still might be an eyesore in that immediate vicinity. And I think I don't know whether we want to throw out the whole idea of some of these lesser prominent ones not being important, because within development, they might still be.
And I think I might be willing to give on maybe some of the less prominent ridge lines, really, to, if we can really protect just some of those that are going to be really, really visible from greater distances and that type of a thing. I think
that might actually require us going out with this map and looking from University Avenue or from the Orem Bench and deciding visibly which those might be, don't you think?
Oh, I'm totally comfortable leaving that up to staff, but absolutely, I think that's what needs to happen.
I'm not saying you and I'm just saying it needs to be a step.
I think absolutely, that's the only way I could imagine you could do it.
Okay, I have a few more questions. Is now a good time, or do you want to keep talking about ridge lines?
Please, go ahead.
So my question for Mr. Larson, how do we address the reclamation concerns and the clustering / TDR possibilities without stalling the ordinance? and you suggested just proceeding forward with it and then addressing those later. But if we do that, we might leave it with a loophole in the interim. So how do we propose moving it forward without creating a hole for however long it takes to come up with another solution for those two items?
I don't think moving it along will create a loophole in that. What we're saying is that under this ordinance, reclamation of the gravel pit areas, scarred areas, really wouldn't be possible because of that 40% impact limitation. George Handley and other members of the council that are on the Hillside Committee are intent that we don't let that issue languish, that we pass this and then we come back and address that pretty quickly. But it did seem to Brandon and I that it would be at least a couple months delay to try to resolve the gravel pit issue right now.
Right, and I agree with that.
Your other issue was, remind me, I'm sorry.
Clustering. That was the other thing in Brandon's report.
Yeah, so what it looks like right now is that the clustering that's in the ordinance currently doesn't seem to be heavy enough of a bonus to really make it something that the developer will consider.
Okay.
I'm afraid I'm very leery of just adding more density though, because I'm not sure how that will be received politically. So, I mean, the one subdivision we have under review right now, the 8 lots, on the hillside, I have talked to that developer about clustering and the 50% bonus that we would allow now. He just said it just doesn't make sense for him financially and wouldn't be attractive. So that's valuable information for us to have, but I'm hesitant to just throw more density at the problem.
So moving it forward with those two things as they are wouldn't create a loophole simply because it would make those two issues miserable.
Yeah.
So no one's going to take advantage of any. Okay.
Right. On the issue of limits of disturbance, please feel uninhibited to make whatever recommendation you feel comfortable or appropriate going to the city council. If you want to propose some other ratio, please feel free to do that.
Okay. I have a few more questions. On page 12, about the walls and the terracing, you propose an exception. It's in 5BI, and it says there that in times when the terracing requirements would make it unfair, basically, for the developer, that they have the opportunity to go to the planning commission for an exception. And I just wanted to clarify that you wanted that a planning commission decision and not a staff decision. I don't know that I have any more qualification than you do to decide how many retaining walls somebody should have. And I thought maybe the code would just define that.
That's a good point. This is really modeled after Sandy City's hillside ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
So our maximum road grade is 12, and so is theirs. Under our ordinance, the most cut you could have would be 24 feet, right? 8 feet times 3. Each retaining wall being 8 feet, and you can't have more than 3, so 24. Sandy's ordinance limits you to a 30-foot cut or fill. And because those two ordinances conflict with each other, 12% road grade and a limitation on cut and fill, you can get to a situation where you can't get up to access a buildable plateau. Your road never hits daylight. It never comes to ground level if you have both of those restrictions. So if we were to do that and a buildable area became unbuildable, we could be charged with a taking. So Sandy City's ordinance has them go to the planning commission, and we modeled it after that. The planning commission would rather have staff just make that decision, that would be fine. But we modeled it after Sandy City's ordinance.
And maybe that's a good safety check to have, but I just feel like we would just be listening to everything you say anyway, because there's so many engineering aspects of that I don't know that we're qualified to be a deciding factor on. It'd be more like we'd be telling you, yeah, we agree with you, or not, but I don't know if that's bad.
And the developer would have to show that his property can't be accessed without some type of leniency or exception.
Okay. So maybe it's still a good safeguard. The last thing I had was, I noticed, Brandon, that you renumbered some figures. I think you added an extra one in there. but in the textual references to them beforehand, they're still numbered with their old numbers. So that's mostly just a housekeeping thing.
Oh,
So like at the bottom of page 27, I think there was an example of one where the text said it was one number and the figure said it was another.
Thank you for pointing that out. I'll go back in there.
And then, oh, I wrote down one more thing about the parcels that are the isolated islands that we were wondering what to do. I wondered if there's a way to just have them have an option where they can apply for a hardship, where that can be an exception that's heard by staff, or, you know, something that gives them an out without taking away the coverage of the overlay. That was just an idea. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking now. We'll see if that lasts for 5 minutes.
Those are good questions.
Thank you, Lisa.
So, kind of following up on those exceptions, I actually feel that staff is well qualified to make those decisions. And I would just like to have that reported when the development comes before the Planning Commission, to say there was an exception because of this reason, so that we know that those are happening and how much. But I don't think we need to decide whether or not they get one or how much they get.
Okay, now understand, you may not see some of these subdivisions you don't see.
Okay.
So there may be cases where a development takes place and you never see it if it's a subdivision within zone property.
Okay. Well, I still don't necessarily feel the need to second guess every one of those. I agree with Lisa. You know more than we do.
Anybody else?
I have a couple of other questions, I guess. In fact, I think it's just one. The bonus density for trails and that type of a thing, just that concept, I'm leery of that, because for me, one of the more important things about the types of areas that we're talking about is ensuring access through these properties, sometimes up into public lands. And I don't know if this is intended to be the way to try to secure some of those spaces, so, you know, some of that access and maybe space for trailheads and that type of a thing. So it's not so much that I'm concerned about the approach here as I am about not having something that's more concrete in terms of just securing key locations to make sure that access is available in these areas. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes. So we're working on the trails map right now. There's a group outside the city that's working on the trails map, and Gary McGinn's group will be working on a neighborhood plan. So what I'm interpreting you saying is that between those efforts to map the trails and Gary's efforts to make a neighborhood plan, between those two, we would show where those improvements need to be made, where those nodes were, where those public amenities needed to be retained, and those documents would show those things. Is that what you mean, Mr. Anderson?
Yep. And, you know, even if the city had to purchase those as, you know, a project goes through the entitlement process or something like that, you only get one bite at that apple. So I'd love to see us do what we can to make sure that that happens.
Anyone else? Anyone have any feelings about the sort of dispersed character of the map? It's kind of tough for me. This is just my personal opinion, and I totally understand that if I owned property up here and I already had a house, I would not want a new sort of overlay put on what I can and can't do with my property. I totally understand that. But I'm wondering if over time, the long term, as those properties change hands, whether or not those regulations should come into play in some way. It seems like the overlay zone is so fragmented at this point. And I'm just playing devil's advocate here. So I just wanted to raise that as a topic.
It's a sound topic. It's a valid point. If it's tough
So-
to put together, it's tough to regulate.
So Deborah, are you asking that, or maybe throwing out the idea that the map would be one big long line instead of taking out the areas that are already developed? And then the verbal text would just say, it's understood that if it's already developed, it's not subject to this?
That, and or in the future event that it's, you know, some of these houses are old. They're from the 50s. Eventually they're going to get demolished and something else is going to get built. Do we want to have any of these regulations apply in those instances?
I think we do, because in that case, it's new construction.
Right.
Well,
Although they could do like they do in California and just tear 3 walls down so that they don't get taxed as a new build, and
the
then they
regulation
get around it anyway.
says that rebuilding a house is excluded. So it would only be if it were building some other kind of thing, and not just like a rebuild or a remodel of a house.
Seems like they would just come up with a workaround to go through the loophole there.
I'm just raising the question because, I mean,
Yeah.
when you do
I
look
agree.
at the map, it just seems like, why are we doing this when it's so dispersed?
I recommend we listen to the public, get their input. And frankly, this is a project being driven by the council. They're going to have to chew on it as well. So that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Well, but from what I understand, the council is feeling a sense of urgency to get this in place and deal with some of the other issues later on.
They're going to have to bring it up before the public, right? So they're going to have to resolve some of these issues before then, I would hope.
Staff, what do you think about Deborah's thoughts about a disjointed map? Does that send a message, or is it self-defeating, or you think it's exactly what the council is looking for?
Well, that's an interesting question. I'm worried about political support. I'm worried about what the citizens will say if we come back and put all that land back in there and say that, you know, if in the future you develop, you're going to be subject to the CH zone. Because we've told all of them recently, as we've talked to them, that we've removed you from the CH zone. We haven't, in fact, as we move forward with this application, we re-noticed this again for this meeting, and we only noticed a small portion. So the first group, we had all that public input. It was because we sent out 2,300 notices, and now the last time we sent 350. So we don't. These people already been on notice, even having an idea that they could have their property included in some variation of the CH zone. So I guess I'd be a little concerned about doing that at this point.
May I ask just maybe one more question for staff?
Sure.
Just generally speaking, these regulations, do they dramatically change what property owners can do? Is it a relatively minor change compared with current restrictions and limitations are in place? Where would you kind of put that in the spectrum of just maybe diminishing somebody's ability to use their property?
The limits of the disturbance is the biggest thing. The rest of them really just seem to be like design standards. You know, I mean, you have to blend your house into nature, but it's that limits of disturbance you're taking 60% of their land away from being able to do anything with it. That's the biggest thing. Other than that, I think the rest of it's pretty doable.
And today they would be able to use closer to 100% of their land, you're saying?
Well, so in the R1 zone, I'm sure there's a lot of land close to the CH zone. It's R1, and there's you can only fill your lot up with. You can only fill up 40% of your lot with buildings. So that's, I guess, some context.
Is this the most restrictive then at a 60% use rate?
Yes, but this also goes beyond just that building. So in the R1 zone, there's a limit on how much percentage can be devoted to buildings, but it doesn't say anything about, like, hey, you can't go and put apple trees or flower beds in here, where this one does. This is saying, hey, you've got to leave the 60%, you've got to leave it alone and keep it natural vegetation.
Well, there seems to me like the city attorney will have to weigh in on that. I mean, I don't know when it becomes confiscatory. Certainly there's something on that, and that seems to me to be pretty steep, but I understand the purpose behind it.
This ratio is used by Salt Lake County. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but
there's some precedent there.
Precedence for it, that ratio.
Does it affect the little guy more than the big guy, or vice versa? Like on that 0.75 acre lot that you said was the smallest parcel on the map, would it be more restrictive to them, or would it be more restrictive to somebody with a big piece, or is it about even?
That's a good question. 40% of, I guess it's pretty. It's an equitable ratio. It applies whether you have 75 or 75 acres. So it's going to make that parcel right there. You're only going to be able to deal with what close to a quarter acre of that would only be able to be disturbed.
So let's look at the property that's to the north of Rock Canyon Park that's already developed. It's got a big house on it and a big yard. So even though there's a lot of technically open space in that house, and it's visible on a ridge line if we're talking about minor ridge lines, but it doesn't meet the limits of disturbance requirements because it's a yard instead of natural vegetation. Is that where the major restrictions are?
Yeah, I would say so.
Because remember, we talked about this a few times in the past, though, that you're in these areas, you're trying not to let people have a large area of sod that is then watered.
Right.
That's a big motivation for this 40-60 ratio. You're trying to get them to tuck the house into the environment and leave the rest of the lot pretty much alone, so that you're not then needing to water it and then have the problems of, moving soil because of all the water you're now introducing.
So they can still have lots of open space that they use as their own and fence off and whatever they want to do with it, but it can't look like open space. It has to look more like scrub oak and boulders.
It's not supposed to look like a golf course.
Right. So that's going to be the main use. Like they can still have a large estate like we've seen in the foothills in the past. It just can't be highly groomed in the open space areas.
Right.
Because of those limits of disturbance requirements. I don't know. There might be people who aren't mad about that, who want a nice pristine looking hillside home.
Yeah, I talked to a member of the public today who kind of seemed to be in that boat, actually. Was kind of surprised. There have been some who have been very supportive of this proposal. So.
It's a tough one.
Have you talked to the owners of those smaller islands of land? Are they upset about being included in the hillside overlay?
The owner of the 13-acre piece is that he thinks he should be taken out because there's development around him. Have you talked to the other smaller ones, Brandon?
No,
You said there's one that was like 3/4 of an acre. How does that owner feel?
that's the city, actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
up above the water tank by Rock Canyon
Yeah,
Park?
exactly. I did talk to that property. I mentioned I talked to a property owner who liked the this proposal, and he lives on one of these smaller islands, and I explained to him what we just talked about, that we want to keep this in the CH zone. We want to keep it natural, and we want to keep the natural vegetation, and we talked about his property, particularly how he had a big swath through the middle of his land that was very developable, and he was satisfied with the idea of being able to develop there and under the proposed requirements. Those are probably the only two property owners of those little islands that I've talked to. Just this one particularly on the screen, and then the one there, the other one was down south, closer to the state hospital in that area.
Any other questions, comments, discussion with staff at this point? We did receive quite a few public comments on this. And all the commissioners have been provided copies of that communication. So I will open up items 6 and 7 to public comment at this point. And if you do have comment and you've already weighed in via email or letter, we acknowledge receipt and reading of those comments, and so it's not necessary to repeat them in this forum.
Okay, we have a comment from Sharon Mehmet, who's the vice chair of the Edgemont neighborhood. And Sharon says, a comment was made in a previous meeting that part of the postponement of this was due to noticing requirements, but citywide code changes are made all the time with no more notice than an item on an agenda. I wonder if staff can help us understand how this one is so different.
Because it's a zone change. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. Especially adding in the grandfather clause for homes and lots previously constructed, I wonder why the map is being shrunk. I wondered why not let the map include all the way down to University Avenue, since that would take in pretty much all of the areas in question, yes, including my home. I believe the critical hillside overlay zone is a great idea to direct the future development of some of what we all love about what is unique about Provo. Having read through the multiple changes of this new overlay, I appreciate all the effort that has gone into it, especially the new definitions and the grandfather clause section. Sorry, I don't know what else to call it. I believe it is time to move forward with this overlay zone, which could then give good direction to those with plans to build in our beautiful city. And then I have a few more public comments. Let me get to them. Okay, this is Angela Morick from Provo. She says, I am concerned that the continuing changes to the critical hillside overlay zone are quickly heading to a direction where the ordinance becomes so watered down and full of exceptions that it will no longer have merit in becoming an ordinance at all. The last of the Provo foothills are at stake. Past decisions on the foothills should not be impetus or an excuse to continue in such direction. This is the reason for the ordinance proposal, to use good judgment and foresight in future development of the foothills and not mimic the past as the standard going forward. This is an opportunity for the city to make critical changes for sustainable preservation going forward. We need to look forward finally as a city and not backward. Just because it's been done in the past doesn't make it the best option going forward in the future. The big picture for a relevant ordinance in the future should be considered and not individual exceptions. That's what's been done in the past. Please look to the future of the city as a whole. It's a great opportunity to lay a foundation for that sustainable future for all residents. And then I have another one. This is Alex Groh of Provo. The proposed overlay is flawed in a number of ways. The following would be some of the biggest issues. Number one, ridge line establishment seems to be redundant and then punitive to landowners who haven't developed when revealed what Provo is proposing are the ridge lines contained within the overlay. The definition within the draft ordinance talks of the highest point in between two slopes and clearly says that a bench is not a ridge line. The ridge lines that have been identified and proposed thus far clearly identify many existing structures in violation of the required 100-foot setback, which would suggest that these ridge lines would more closely fit the definition of a bench, seeing as how buildable areas were located within the newly proposed 100-foot setbacks. Code already requires that a 30% or greater slope be left undisturbed. This requirement protects hillsides sufficiently and prevents the arbitrary creation of a ridge line when a case for bench can be made. It saves potential legal fights over terms that are difficult to define. Number two, for the few landowners that would still have developable property in the affected areas, 60% of their land must remain completely undisturbed. Again, this feels punitive and arbitrary. Imagine someone wants to plant fruit trees on their property for an orchard. 60% of their land, regardless of slope, can't be used. That's clearly punitive and untenable as a standard for all land affected by the overlay. The proper role of government is to protect landowners' rights, not unduly diminish them. Please do not recommend this inconsistent and arbitrary proposal. Okay, I've got a few more. This is from Kay Nelson of Provo. I've heard that exemptions keep being made to properties that originally were included in the overlay zone. I realized that the first version was far too reaching and the overlay group scaled it back, which is good. I'm glad that changes were made so that the boundaries made more sense to properties it included. However, my understanding is that too many more exemptions are being made for whatever reasons. I think this document is good for Provo. It does not stop development, nor should it. There must be a healthy balance between allowing development in Provo and protecting the green space, foothills, and trails we still have. We all know once something is paved over, it's gone. Let's work together to give future generations the same access to the foothills and mountains and beautiful views that we now enjoy. Please keep this overlay document strong so that it can provide necessary guidance for sensitive areas. I hope you move this document forward with your support to the City Council. Okay, and I have one more. Let me grab it. Hang on. Okay, and this is Cindy and Russ Taylor. Dear Planning Commission, please do not weaken the Hillside Overlay Zone document. We need a document with teeth in it that will protect our foothills. Allowing changes that would favor development is not in the best interests of the surrounding neighborhoods or of Provo City. We need to continue to protect all of the green space we can in the foothills. Once it is altered, it can't be restored to its pristine condition. Please seriously consider what is best for future generations. Thank you. Okay, I don't have any others right now, but let's give it about 30 seconds in case we have any more coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been 30 seconds. I don't have any other public comments coming in.
Great, thank you. All right, I will close items 6 and 7 to public comment at this time and turn it back over to the commissioners.
Oh, I have one phone call.
Comments?
I have
okay,
a
well, open
caller
it back up.
online.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, 061, go ahead.
This is Kenneth Rowe. I'm party to some of the developers here. and the development zones, and I have two comments to make. One of which is some of the ridge lines that have been defined as ridge lines here look more like a bench line or like a minor swell, not like a major ridge line, which was originally defined in the document. The original document made a clarification that there was a difference between a ridge line and a bench area. I think that's been lost in this current proposal. My second comment is with the ridgeline restrictions and the 60% undisturbed and the 30% slope restrictions makes much of this land completely undevelopable and is very difficult for most developers here in this area and is overly restrictive.
Thank you, Mr. Groh. Do we have any others on the line or writing in?
No, we do not.
Okay. I will close item 6 and 7 to public comment at this point then, and turn it back over to the commissioners.
May we address some of those questions or comments?
Please.
So to Sharon Amendment's questions about the noticing requirement, map amendments under state statute require a different set of noticing rules than an ordinance text amendment. They're simply not the same, and that's why there was that actually was the delay in the first, or the mistake in the first one. It was noticed as if it was a text amendment instead of being noticed as if it was a map amendment. So there's a distinct difference there. You remember that the earlier map did have a very large mapped area, and the text of the ordinance said this won't apply to existing homes and platted lots. But because of all the confusion that seemed to still create with the public, we then started taking subdivisions out of the map. That's how we got to where we are now. I think if the Planning Commission thinks that that should be added back in, I think that's fine for you to make that recommendation to the City Council. That's something that they should think about and deal with. I don't think that your recommendation would mean that we've got to stop this now and add it back in and send it back to the process. I think you can make that recommendation to the Planning Commission, the City Council, and see where they go with it. The ordinance getting watered down, several people have made that comment, and Brandon and I have had that exact discussion, that the longer this seems to get debated, the more it seems to be, more and more exceptions are being added in, and it seems to be becoming watered down. We've been concerned about that also. I'm very happy, very glad the Planning Commission made us have a timeout to map the ridge lines, because we could foresee future arguments with developers about what's a bench and what's a ridge line. That's why mapping these now is important. I think we should do what some of you have talked about. Let's get rid of the minor ones. Let's keep the more significant ones on a map so that it's not debatable in the future. We don't have that debate with every developer and every property about a bench versus a ridge line. I'm going to read from you from the R1 zoning ordinance, right? So these are all R1 lots, R18, R110, R112. In an R1 zone, all buildings, including accessory buildings and structures, shall not cover more than 40% of the area of the lot or parcel. Now, in an R1 zone, you can landscape the rest in terms of irrigated sod, but yard space is yard space. Whether it's been irrigated or not, yard space is yard space. But even in their R1 zone, you have a 40% lot restriction. Okay. That's all I have. Do you have anything else, Brandon?
No, I think that's just going through my notes here. I think that covers it.
Thank you. Yeah, it does seem that my gut feeling is that the map is too dispersed to be really effective at depicting what is supposed to be a hillside protection zone, and that if the language can address existing property owners, but the map can be kind of cohesive and understandable, that would make a whole lot more sense. How we want to address what a current landowner who has a built structure on their property, what happens when the next person purchases that and maybe wants to rebuild or, you know, do a 60% demolition and rebuild 60% back. You know, there are many ways to determine when the change kicks in. I don't know. I just feel like the map's too fragmented.
So Bill, with the map, you sent out that email earlier, and would it make sense to have two colors to indicate what is currently affected and what has been, would have been affected had it not already been developed?
I wasn't clear on what you meant in your email, nor what you just said. Help me understand what you mean.
Well, so the lots that you've taken out, put them back in, but put them back in with yellow or something like that. And then you would just have the legend on the map would say, all of this area would be affected by the hillside ordinance, but those lots that are designated in yellow have been excluded because they are already developed.
I see.
We'll have to come back and look.
That would kind of get rid of the island effect. I have a couple questions about the LOD. One is, do you know what the experience of Salt Lake County has been in terms of litigation, if anybody has challenged that? And number two, if I built a house that covered 40% of the property, that would give me 0 yard to landscape. It seems to me that a 5 or 10% allowance for landscaping, so 50 or 55% undisturbed rather than 40%, which is exactly the same size as the house, might make a little bit more sense, so that they could at least have some landscaped area in their front yard or right in front of their house, that kind of thing. But I do think that at least half of the property should still remain undeveloped.
That's a good idea, but if we just raise the percentage, they may then take that entire percentage for the house footprint again. So should we say, you know, some percentage for the house plus you can do an additional percentage for landscaping?
I like
something like that.
That would make sense. I would still limit them to the 40% for the house.
Okay.
I think that should still apply because it applies across the board. And so
another 5 or 10%
for landscaping, and that would be the limit. And do you know about litigation? Has anybody ever, is Salt Lake getting sued over that, or is it just accepted?
I'm not aware of any challenges there. We talked about the challenges of trying to enforce ridge lines. That they had quite a challenge with those, but I don't recall addressing the LODs with them.
Okay. That's it for me.
Ms. Jensen?
I like Larry's suggestion. I think we just want to be careful that we don't let that landscaping percentage, if you like that idea, be too high, because that would be counterproductive. Some people's landscaping around their house can be very disturbing to the environment. And if you allow that percentage to be too high, we could end up with something that wasn't what we were hoping for. I don't know that you answered before. Is it a feasible idea to, instead of watering down the ordinance, allow for some sort of a hardship exception that they can apply for, kind of like we do with parking? If you meet certain standards, or you can prove why this doesn't apply to you, so that, for example, surrounded parcels who have development around them, they can get some sort of allowances because of their specific situation, or limits of disturbance where we can measure the goals for aesthetics and preservation of the surrounding area against their actual natural setting and whatever they claim to be a hardship. I don't know if that just opens a can of where everyone's going to be like, oh, this applies to me, this applies to me. But I'm wondering if that's how you can address all of these gray areas that are causing us to water down the ordinance, by putting some sort of a caveat in there for the few people that it would actually apply to. That's a big, long question.
I think if we were to do that, we would need some specific criteria to help us judge who deserves that and who doesn't. Especially when you talk about a hardship type situation, there are usually specific criteria in that section that helps define why someone.
So that the criteria is already listed and they don't have to come up with it. Is that what you're saying? So that the ordinance lists the criteria instead of the applicant coming up with what they feel is a hardship.
That's correct. Right. Yes.
Okay. That's a good idea.
Ms. Urquiaga?
Well, I'm thinking about criteria, and it seems to me that if you have a lot that is completely surrounded, so that it would be the only sort of natural looking lot in the whole neighborhood, it is kind of weird. But then I wouldn't want to necessarily say just because your lot is surrounded, you don't have to do any of these things. So
I think it would just be a reduction. It wouldn't be you don't have to do anything. I think you could just give them a higher percentage of disturbance or something.
So
doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of the ordinance?
Yeah.
I mean, you can make exceptions all day long, but the more exceptions you make, then you're really not accomplishing what you set out to do.
I don't necessarily think it's the right answer. I was just trying to think outside the box of how we could address these little things that are slowing it down, that are keeping us talking about it instead of sending it on.
It's a tough one when there's already so much development in place and long-term property owners involved, and our desire to protect from bad development, cutting off connections to the trail system by property owners, protecting the watershed, all of those things.
Would it be a bad idea to forward this on to the council with all these loose ends?
No.
Did you say no?
Yes, I said no.
I think that's what we should do.
I feel like we know what the loose ends are, and maybe another group of people can troubleshoot through them and decide what to try next.
That's probably a good suggestion, actually.
So should we just quickly itemize the loose ends to make sure the things we think are unresolved are the same things that staff sees?
Sounds good.
That'd be fine.
You want me to try and do that, Deborah?
Please. You're doing a great job.
So the two things that you listed in your staff report would be the reclamation concerns and the clustering concerns that you say we need to further address. Another thing would be fixing the ridgeline map so that it's just got the highest prominences listed on it, the most visible ones at least. And then reassessing what the map should look like in regards to the parcels that are surrounded by development.
So I'm just going to call that boundaries of the map.
Okay. And I don't necessarily mean it needs to expand, but more specifically those islands. So both of those issues, I guess both of those issues, just
Right.
the boundaries, but also those islands was something we were talking about. And then I don't know if limits of disturbance needs to be something we talk about further, because I feel like these other things will wrap that up for us. Did I miss something?
I don't think so.
No.
I think Ms. Lori had a good suggestion on
Urquiagua. Say that name right.
On the percentage. So how about if Brandon and I forward to them a recommendation from Planning Commission that says 40% level of disturbance for a dwelling and another 10% for landscaping?
Is that too high?
I'm kind of asking that of the Planning Commission.
Right, I'm
What do you guys
asking with you. You think 10% is too high? What does that look like on the ground?
Still leaves 50% of the lot untouched.
And
I'd
as long
be
as the
okay with
only
that.
use is landscaping, yeah, that's probably good.
Okay, so we'll do that.
Yeah.
40 plus 10.
I like that. Good suggestion,
Yeah.
Larry.
That's the limits of my creativity at 10:30 at night.
I know.
Think of what we could do if this was first on the agenda.
No kidding. But we wouldn't have gotten to the rest of them.
That's true.
Can I make a motion? Are we ready for a motion?
Are we good with our list?
Dave says for
Dave,
sure.
you got this. You're in. Just hold on with us a little longer. Okay, is that a good list, staff?
Yes.
Yes.
We've both written it down.
Okay.
Okay. We're ready for a
So,
motion.
I'm going to make a motion that
Ms.
we
Jensen.
recommend forwarding a positive recommendation of the language proposed in the text amendment for critical hillside overlay zone, as well as or do I need to make two separate motions? Probably two, huh? Can we do
Yeah.
them in one?
Let's do it in two.
Okay, so the first one is for the text amendment. Provo City Council requests an ordinance amendment to establish the critical hillside overlay zone to provide development standards to help protect the sensitive hillside areas of Provo City's East Bench. That we forward that positive recommendation with suggestions for items that they will need to resolve. Is that, I don't even know if we even need to say that, but.
That's
Yes,
fine. We'll list those items.
As listed by the staff that we just gave you.
Perfect.
Do you want me to restate those, or is that understood?
That's fine.
Okay.
Is there a second for Ms. Jensen's motion on item number 6?
I second.
Seconded by Ms. Urquiaga. Those in favor of forwarding a positive recommendation on item 6 to Municipal Council with the list as articulated by the commissioners and prepared by staff. Ms. Urquiaga?
Aye.
Mr. Knudsen?
Aye.
Mr. Howard?
Aye.
Ms. Jensen?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
And Ms. Jensen, aye. So that's unanimous. Go forward a positive recommendation with those items as stated. And that leaves item 7.
Does someone else want to do this one, or do you want me to take it?
You're doing great. Keep going.
Shut up, Lisa. Okay. I move that we forward a positive recommendation of the zone map amendment that includes multiple East Bench properties in the critical hillside overlay zone to the city council with the listed concerns that the staff will present.
Perfect. Thank you. Do we have a second for Ms. Jensen's motion on item 7?
I'll second again.
Seconded by Ms. Urquiaga. All those in favor of sending a positive recommendation on item 7 to municipal council, including the list as stated. Ms. Urquiaga.
Aye.
Mr. Knudsen.
Aye.
Mr. Howard.
Aye.
Ms. Jensen.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
And Ms. Jensen, aye. So that's unanimous. We'll forward a positive recommendation on item 7 to municipal council, including the list prepared by staff on behalf of the commissioners. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I
I've
move.
said too many.
Motion to adjourn by Mr. Howard. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Seconded by Mr. Knudsen. Thank you all for hanging in. It was a long one, but we got a lot done.
Hey, it was 45 minutes shorter than the last time we had a long one.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. You. Good night.
Thanks, guys.